She saved me like I was worth saving. Now I use my axe to prove her right. They took her to punish me. Thought I'd crumble when they made her a doll. Porcelain doesn't scream like she did. Porcelain doesn't beg to be broken again. They turned her into a thing to be looked at. I'm going to turn them into pieces. I fought for her in the pits. I killed for her in the streets. Now I'll burn the continent to get her back. They don't know what I am, but she does. They called her broken. Now she limps because of me. Stay tuned for monster-sized love, chained gladiators, one-bed destruction, and an orc who'd rather die than let her cry. Happily ever after guaranteed. Chapter 1. Thoktar. I stumble through the forest, dark elf poison burning through my veins like liquid fire. Blood from the sword wound in my side drips a trail any fool could follow, but I can't stop the flow. My massive hands shake as I press torn fabric against the gash, feeling warm life seep between my fingers. The trees blur into shadows, shadows into enemies lurking behind every trunk. My vision wavers. Is that a dark elf scout or just another oak? I've survived the shipwreck that claimed my clan brothers, survived months alone on this hostile continent of Raich, but these bastards might finally finish what the sea started. The poison spreads with each heartbeat, turning my blood to molten metal, my muscles to rotting meat. I've been running for 3 days now. 3 days since their patrol found my camp by the river. 3 days since their cursed blade opened my side, and their sorcerer's dart found my shoulder. The wound throbs with every step, but the poison, that's what's killing me. Dark elf toxins are designed for one purpose, to weaken prey without killing it outright. A dead orc brings no profit at the slave markets. My foot catches on a root and I crash to my knees, bark scraping against my palms. The forest spins around me like a child's top. I drag myself upright, gripping a tree trunk with both hands until the world stops tilting. Can't rest, can't stop. They're still out there, following my blood trail like hounds following a wounded deer. The irony tastes bitter as old ale. I'm Thoktar of the Iron Tusk clan, second in command to my brother Grook. I've killed men with my bare hands, crushed dark elf skulls beneath my boot heels, led raids that made enemy villages weep. Now I'm stumbling through unknown woods like a green recruit, brought low by poison and treachery. But even dying, even half mad with toxins, I won't give them the satisfaction of an easy capture. I've seen what happens to orcs in their slave pits, seen strong warriors reduced to broken animals, fighting for scraps in arena sand. Death is mercy compared to their chains. Through the haze of fever and pain, something cuts through the darkness ahead. A structure, wooden walls, a slanted roof. My heart pounds against my ribs as I force my legs to carry me forward. It's a barn, old, weathered, but solid. The smell of hay and animals drifts on the night air, promising shelter I haven't known in weeks. The barn emerges from the darkness like a gift from the ancestors. Old wood, hay smell, blessed shelter. I collapse inside, my massive frame shaking the structure as I hit the floor. This is where I'll die, alone, far from clan and kin. But I'd rather have this freedom than be chained by the dark elves. A captured orc is worth good money in the dark markets. They'll be looking for me, just as they'll be looking for my Tusk clan brothers. My axe clatters beside me as I roll onto my back, staring up at wooden beams that swim in and out of focus. The poison has reached my heart now. I can feel it spreading through my chest like ice water, slowing my pulse, clouding my thoughts. But I'm here. I'm free. That's something, at least. Pain drags me into memories I've tried to forget. My brothers' faces as our ship went down in dark elf fire. Grook's roar of defiance as the waves claimed him. Mogor's desperate eyes as the current tore him away. Turk reaching for me with blood streaming down his face. The cold water claiming us one by one like a hungry beast. I failed them all. Failed as second in command. Failed as brother. When the dark elves attacked our vessel with their cursed fire magic, I should have found a way to save them. Should have kept the clan together. Instead, I watched my brothers disappear beneath black waves while I clung to driftwood like a coward. The guilt eats at my insides worse than any poison. Grook trusted me to help lead our people to safety, and I let them all drown. 7 brothers scattered to the winds or claimed by the sea. I'm the only one who knows they might still be alive, the only one searching. And now I'll die in this barn without finding a single one of them. The poison spreads and my breathing grows shallow. Maybe death is mercy I don't deserve. Maybe this is justice for my failures. The Dark Elves won't get their prize, but my brothers will never know I tried to find them. They'll die thinking their clan brother abandoned them. My vision darkens around the edges. The barn walls seem to press closer, like a tomb closing around me. I can hear my own heartbeat slowing, feel the cold creeping up from my toes. This is it, then. This is how the legend of Thoktar ends, bleeding out in a stranger's barn, forgotten and alone. But something in me refuses to surrender. Deep in my chest, beneath the poison and pain, something roars in defiance. Iron Tusk clan doesn't die whimpering in barns. We die on our feet with weapons in our hands, roaring challenges at our enemies. If these are my final moments, I'll face them as a warrior should. I grip my axe handle with numb fingers, trying to stay conscious. The familiar weight of the weapon grounds me, reminds me who I am beneath the fever and despair. I am Thoktar. I am Iron Tusk. I have stood in the shield wall and felt enemy blood spray across my face. I have loved and fought and bled for my clan. Every heartbeat might be my last, but I'll make each one count. The ancestors are watching. My brothers, living or dead, are watching. I won't shame them with a coward's death. The darkness closes in like a tide, but I fight it with the last of my strength. My grip on the axe tightens. My jaw sets in stubborn defiance. If death wants Thoktar of the Iron Tusk, he'll have to pry me from this world with both hands. Let the Dark Elves come. Let the poison burn through my veins. Let the world itself try to claim me. I am Orc. I am Iron Tusk. And I am not finished yet. The barn spins one last time before consciousness abandons me, but my hand never loosens on my weapon. Even in the depths of poison sleep, I remain ready to fight.
Chapter 2. Faller. I approach the old barn with fresh hay, humming an old tune Talia taught me years ago. The melody drifts on the morning air, mixing with birdsong and the distant lowing of cattle. My bare feet find the familiar path through dewy grass, each step a small celebration of freedom I never take for granted. 3 years since my rescue from the slave markets, and I still marvel that I can walk anywhere without chains. The weight that once circled my ankles is gone, but the memory of iron remains sharp as winter frost. Simple tasks like feeding the animals feel like gifts, precious moments of choice in a life I thought would never be my own again. The morning air smells of rain and new growth, of possibilities stretching toward the horizon. I breathe it deep, filling my lungs with liberty. Talia says I still do that, breathe like someone who remembers what it means to suffocate. She's not wrong. Every breath tastes sweeter when you've known the stale air of slave quarters. My arms strain slightly under the hay's weight, but it's good strain. Honest work for people who love me. Talia and Brom found me broken and bleeding at a crossroads slave auction, paid my price without question, then gave me something beyond freedom. They gave me family, home, purpose beyond surviving until the next beating. The barn sits where it always has, weathered grey wood silvered by morning light. It's older than the farmhouse, older than most of the trees surrounding it. Brom says it was here when his grandfather first claimed this land, built to last by men who understood that some things must endure. But something's wrong. The heavy door hangs askew on its iron hinges, gap-toothed and crooked. My heart hammers against my ribs as warning bells chime in my mind. We secured that door last night. I remember Brom checking the latch twice, muttering about wolves getting bolder as winter approaches. I set the hay down carefully, every sense suddenly alert. The morning sounds seem too loud now, crows cawing, wind rustling leaves, my own pulse thundering in my ears. 3 years of safety haven't erased the instincts slavery burned into my bones. Danger wears many faces, and I've learned to recognize them all. I peer through the gap, blinking as my eyes adjust to the barn's shadowy interior. Dust motes dance in shafts of sunlight, and for a moment everything appears normal. Hay bales stacked against the far wall, tools hanging from wooden pegs, the familiar scent of animals and old wood. Then I see him, and every thought in my head scatters like startled birds. A massive orc lies motionless in the hay, green skin pale with blood loss and fever sweat. He's enormous, easily twice my height and 4 times my weight, built like a siege engine made of muscle and bone. Dark leather vest torn and stained, revealing glimpses of ritual scars across his chest. Long black hair matted with dirt and worse things. Every instinct screams run, hide, get Brom, get the knife from the kitchen, get help, get away. Orcs are raiders, killers, monsters from children's nightmares. They steal women and burn villages and laugh while they do it. Everyone knows this. Everyone except the foolish girl standing frozen in a barn doorway. But he's not moving like a threat. He's barely moving at all. His massive chest rises and falls in shallow, laboured breaths. One arm lies stretched toward a wicked-looking axe just beyond his reach. Even unconscious, he tried to keep his weapon close. Blood pools beneath his side where something sharp found its mark, and his skin bears the grey pallor I've seen before in dying men. Against all logic, all sense, all self-preservation, I step closer. My healer's training, such as it is, kicks in stronger than fear. Talia taught me to tend wounds, to recognise the signs of poison and infection, to ease suffering wherever I find it. She never specified that compassion should have boundaries based on species. Dark stains spread across his leather vest like spilled wine. Fevered sweat beads his forehead, despite the morning chill, and his breathing sounds wet and laboured. The wound in his side pulses with each heartbeat, fresh blood welling despite whatever rough binding he attempted. This isn't an orc raider fresh from burning villages. This is a dying creature who needs help, and something in his stillness speaks to the broken places in my own soul. I've been where he is now, bleeding, abandoned, certain death was coming. The only difference is species, and pain recognizes no such boundaries. My hands shake as I kneel beside him, close enough to see the individual scars mapping his green skin. Some are ritual markings, precise and intentional. Others speak of violence, sword cuts, arrow wounds, the random violence that follows warriors everywhere they go. But beneath all that, I see something unexpected. Vulnerability. He's unconscious, defenceless, probably dying. For all his size and obvious strength, right now he's as helpless as I was 3 years ago in those slave pens. Someone's hunting him. The nature of his wounds suggests pursuit, desperation, a running battle finally lost. Just like I was hunted once. I check his pulse with trembling fingers, pressing against the thick column of his neck. His skin burns with fever, but his heartbeat drums steady if weak beneath my touch. Strong, determined, fighting even in unconsciousness. He could live if someone tends him. If someone chooses to help rather than flee. I should tell Brom. Should let the proper authorities handle this. Should remember that orcs are dangerous, that helping him might bring death to everyone I love. Should be smart, careful, safe. But memories of my own desperate hours flash through me. Chained, bleeding, abandoned by everyone who might have helped. The taste of despair, the weight of hopelessness, the terrible certainty that I would die alone and forgotten. No one chose to help me until Talia and Brom did. No one showed mercy until they offered it freely. I stand on shaking legs and run toward the house, but not for help. not for weapons or warnings or authorities. I run for water and clean cloth, for the healing supplies Talia keeps in the kitchen cupboard, for the chance to pay forward the mercy I was shown. Whatever he is, whatever he's done, he deserves the chance I was given. Even if it kills me, even if it kills us all.
Chapter 3. Thoktar. I wake to cool water on my lips and gentle hands cleaning my wounds. For a moment I think I'm dead. Surely only the afterlife could be this peaceful. No pain screaming through my side, no poison burning my veins, just blessed coolness and the whisper of careful fingers against my skin. Then consciousness crashes back like a cold wave, and I see her. A small human female kneels beside me, wise eyes focused on the gash in my side. Her movements are practiced, efficient, like someone who's tended wounds before. Dark hair falls in waves around a face that's seen too much for her apparent years, and when she notices I'm awake, those eyes meet mine without flinching. She should be screaming, should be running for help, calling for guards, reaching for weapons. Instead, she's saving my life with hands that smell of herbs and kindness. "Easy," she murmurs, voice soft as morning rain. "You're safe. Safe." The word sounds foreign in my ears. I haven't been safe since our ship went down. Haven't trusted in anything beyond my own strength and the weight of my axe. But something in her tone makes the promise feel real, even though my warrior's mind knows better. I try to speak and manage only a croak. My throat feels like I've been swallowing sand and broken glass. She lifts a wooden cup to my lips without being asked, supporting my head with surprising strength for someone so small. The water tastes like mercy. "Who?" I manage between careful sips. "Who are you?" "Forla," she says simply, "and you're in my barn." Her barn. That explains the hay beneath me, the scent of animals and old wood. But it doesn't explain why she's helping me instead of fleeing. I study her face, looking for deception, for hidden agendas, for the trap I know must be coming. All I see is concern, and a bone-deep weariness that speaks of old pain. That's when I notice the scars on her wrists. Thin white lines circling her arms like bracelets, faded but unmistakable. Shackle marks. This woman knows captivity intimately, understands what it means to be property instead of person. Maybe that's why she helps. Kinship between the damaged. "Why?" I croak, the question scraping my throat raw. It's all I can manage, but she understands. She pauses, bandage half unwrapped in her hands. For a moment, something ancient and bitter flickers across her features. Memory of chains and cages and worse things I can only imagine. Because someone helped me once when they didn't have to. The words hit deeper than any blade. Simple truth spoken without artifice or expectation of reward. I've known warriors who would kill for gold, nobles who'd sacrifice armies for glory, dark elves who'd torture children for sport. But this small human woman risks her life for a stranger because kindness was once shown to her. It's been so long since anyone looked at me and saw something worth saving. She asks about my injuries, and I find myself talking. Not about everything. Not about my brothers or the guilt that eats at me worse than any toxin. But I tell her about the dark elves who hunted me, about their cursed blades and sleep magic, about the desperate flight through hostile territory that brought me to her barn. I don't mention the slave markets or what they plan to do with me. Don't need to see that particular horror reflected in eyes that have already seen too much. But I suspect she understands anyway. Those scars on her wrist tell stories I don't need to hear to believe. "How long?" I ask as she cleans the wound with gentle efficiency. 2 days, she says. "You were burning with fever. I wasn't sure you'd wake." 2 days. The dark elves could be anywhere by now, searching the countryside, questioning villagers, following my trail to this very barn. Every moment I stay puts her in greater danger, but my body feels like it's made of wet leather and broken sticks. She brings food next. Thick soup that tastes of vegetables and care, bread still warm from the oven. I eat slowly, watching her work around the barn, tending to animals and organizing tools with the kind of quiet competence that speaks of routine contentment. She's not afraid of me anymore. Or if she is, she doesn't let fear govern her actions. When she passes close enough for me to grab her, and I could, even weakened as I am, she doesn't flinch or hurry past. Just continues her work like having a wounded orc in her barn is the most natural thing in the world. "You should go," I tell her when she returns with fresh bandages. "Tell no one I was here. When I'm strong enough, I'll leave." She looks at me with those two knowing eyes. "Will you? Leave, I mean." The question catches me off guard. Will I? Part of me wants to stay in this peaceful place forever. Forget about quests and vengeance and brothers who might already be dead. But duty calls louder than comfort, and honor demands I try to find my scattered clan. "I have to," I say finally. "People are depending on me." She nods like she expected that answer. "Then I'll help you get strong enough to help them." Over the following hours, she brings water, medicine, food prepared with more care than I've known in months. Her movements around the barn become familiar, comforting even. She hums while she works, old melodies that speak of home and hearth and safety I'd forgotten existed. I watch her with growing amazement. This small human woman who should see me as a monster instead sees someone worth healing. She asks nothing in return, expects no payment or promises or pledges of service. Just tends my wounds because it's the right thing to do. When evening comes and she prepares to leave for the night, I find myself dreading her absence. The barn feels too quiet without her presence, too empty without her gentle humming. She's become my anchor in a world gone mad, the first good thing I found since washing ashore on this hostile continent. "You'll be back?" I ask, hating how desperate the question sounds. She pauses at the barn door, silhouetted against the dying light. When she turns back, her smile is soft as candlelight. "I promise." Something about this woman makes promises feel real. Something about her presence makes the future seem possible instead of just another burden to bear. I believe her when she says she'll return. Believe it with a faith I thought the sea had drowned. As her footsteps fade into the distance, I settle back into the hay and allow myself something I haven't felt in months. Hope. Maybe I'll find my brothers. Maybe I'll rebuild our clan. Maybe if the ancestors are kind, I'll live to see peace again. But first, I'll heal, and I'll let this remarkable woman help me do it.
Chapter 4. Faller. I find excuses to visit the barn more often than I should, checking on stored grain that doesn't need checking, mending tools that aren't broken, reorganizing hay bales that are perfectly fine where they are. Anything to justify the time I spend with him, to steal more moments in the presence of this unexpected stranger who's turned my quiet world upside down. Thoktar, he calls himself. The name sounds like thunder rolling across distant mountains, all power and barely contained force. He's healing faster than should be possible, orcish constitution showing its strength. The fever broke yesterday. The wound edges are already knitting together, and colour has returned to his green skin. But it's not his body that fascinates me. It's his mind. Beneath the warrior's exterior lies unexpected depth, intelligence that cuts through problems like a well-honed blade. He notices everything, the way I favour my left foot on rainy mornings, how my hands shake when thunder rolls overhead, the careful way I arrange the medicine bottles to avoid making noise. "You see too much," I tell him this morning, as he watches me reorganise the same shelf for the third time. His laugh rumbles like distant earthquakes. Observation keeps warriors alive, but I see other things too. Such as the way you hum when you think no one's listening, how you always feed the animals before yourself, that you sleep poorly, there are shadows under your eyes that speak of nightmares. Heat climbs my cheeks. When did anyone last pay such attention to my habits, my moods, my quiet sufferings? Talia and Brom love me dearly, but familiarity has made my quirks invisible to them. This orc warrior sees me with fresh eyes, notices details that others miss. "Your turn," he says, settling back against the hay bale that's become his preferred resting spot. "What do you see when you look at me?" The question catches me off guard. What do I see? A killer, certainly. His hands bear calluses from weapon work, and his body carries scars that speak of violence survived. But underneath that, pain, I say finally. Guilt that eats at you worse than any wound, and loneliness so deep it's become part of who you are. His expression shifts, walls dropping for just a moment before snapping back into place. But I saw what hid beneath, raw vulnerability that makes my chest ache with sympathy. "You see too much as well," he murmurs. We're both survivors bearing invisible wounds, I realise. Both alone despite the kindness of others who've taken us in. The recognition creates something dangerous between us, understanding that bridges species, past, everything that should keep us apart. Today he asks about my scars, the question I've dreaded and hoped for in equal measure. The words stick in my throat at first, but his patient silence draws them out like poison from a wound. I tell him about the slave markets, about being sold like livestock to the highest bidder, about masters who saw me as property, as something to be used and discarded, about the desperate years before Talia and Brom found me, broken and bleeding at a crossroads auction, and paid my price without question. His jaw tightens with controlled rage as I speak, not at me, but for me. His hands clench into fists, and for a moment I glimpse the warrior who's killed to protect what he values. The sight should terrify me. Instead, it makes me feel safer than I have in years. "They're dead," he says quietly when I finish. "Tell me they're dead." "Some. Others live free because good people chose mercy over profit." I touch his arm without thinking, feel the tension coiled beneath his skin. Violence isn't always the answer to old wounds. "It's the only answer I know," he admits. "Strength, steel, blood, that's how orcs solve problems. But sitting here with you, it makes me wonder if there might be other ways." He shares fragments of his past in return. Lost brothers scattered by shipwreck, a failed mission that weighs on his shoulders like armour made of guilt. The crushing responsibility of being second in command to warriors who trusted him to bring them home safely. We're more alike than different, despite everything that separates us. Both carrying burdens too heavy for one person to bear. Both searching for redemption in a world that offers little mercy to the broken. The connection forming between us feels dangerous and inevitable, like walking toward a cliff edge knowing you'll jump. Every conversation draws us closer to something that can't be taken back, something that will change everything. I'm arranging his medicine bottles when sunset paints the barn walls gold, lost in thoughts of tomorrow's visit, when a familiar shadow darkens the doorway. Nazim slithers inside, serpentine lower body moving with the fluid grace that still sometimes startles me, despite years of friendship. "Fawla," he says, then stops short when he sees Thoktar. His yellow eyes flick between us, taking in the intimate tableau, me kneeling beside the orc warrior, hands still gentle on his bandages, both of us looking guilty as children caught stealing sweets. "Nazim," I breathe, scrambling to my feet. "It's not what you think." "It's exactly what I think." His voice carries the weight of old wisdom and fresh worry. "Do you have any idea how dangerous this is?" Thoktar's hand moves toward his axe, but I step between them quickly. "He's a friend," I tell Thoktar. "Reformed slaver, yes, but he's chosen a different path. He brings news from the wider world." Nazim's serpentine features soften slightly at my defence, but concern still creases his scaled brow. He's seen too much of the world's cruelty to trust easily, but years of friendship have taught him to value my judgment. "Fawla, child," he says gently. "Dark elf hunting parties are sweeping the region. They're seeking a wounded orc, offering gold for information about his whereabouts." My blood becomes ice. Thoktar's jaw hardens with grim acceptance, but I see the fear beneath his stoic mask. Not fear of death, fear of bringing danger to those who've helped him. How long ago? I whisper. They were in Millhaven yesterday, Grayton this morning, moving systematically, questioning everyone. Nazim's eyes find Thoktar's. They know you're wounded, warrior. Know you can't have gotten far. Every hour you remain here increases the danger to this family. Thoktar nods slowly, understanding passing between predator and predator. I'll leave tonight. You're not strong enough, I protest. But even as the words leave my mouth, I know they won't matter. He'll go anyway, wounded or not, because staying means risking lives he's come to value. Strength is a luxury I can't afford, he says grimly. Not when it costs innocent blood. Nazim studies us both with ancient eyes that have seen empires rise and fall. There might be another way. I know smuggler routes, hidden paths the dark elves haven't found, but it would mean travelling together, and the dangers— We'll discuss it later, I say quickly, not ready for this conversation to end in goodbyes. After dark, when we can plan properly. But I already know how this ends. Thoktar will leave, wounded or not, because that's who he is, a protector who'd rather die than see others suffer for his presence. And I'll be left with empty medicine bottles and the memory of conversations that made me feel alive for the first time in years. As Nazim settles into the hay to rest until evening, Thoktar catches my hand in his massive one. His touch sends warmth racing up my arm, and I realise with dawning terror that somewhere along the way, I've started to care for this wounded warrior far more than wisdom allows. Whatever happens, he says quietly, these days with you, they've meant everything. The admission hangs between us like a bridge neither of us is quite ready to cross, but the danger closing in around us makes every moment precious, every touch a potential last chance. Time is running out and we both know it.
Chapter 5. Thoktar. Forlay tends my nearly healed wounds with practiced hands, her touch sending heat through me that has nothing to do with fever. The intimacy of her attention, careful fingers checking bandages, gentle pressure testing the wound's edges, makes my breath catch in ways that have nothing to do with pain. I'm strong enough to travel now, strong enough to leave her in safety, to carry my danger away from this peaceful place before the Dark Elves' net closes around us. But the thought of walking away feels like tearing my own heart out with bare hands. It's healing well, she murmurs, tracing the scar tissue with a fingertip. Better than I expected, actually. Your body wants to live. Does it? The question escapes before I can stop it, raw and honest in the quiet barn. Sometimes I'm not sure. She looks up at me with those knowing eyes, seeing straight through the warrior's mask I wear for the world. What do you mean? The words spill out before I can stop them, like water through a cracked dam. About my brothers and the oath we swore to find each other no matter the cost. About the crushing weight of being the only survivor who knows they might still be alive, scattered across this hostile continent like seeds on barren ground. About the guilt that eats at me worse than any poison. I was second in command, I tell her, voice rough with shame. When the Dark Elves attacked our ship, it was my job to protect them, to keep the clan together. Instead, I watched them disappear beneath black waves while I clung to driftwood like a coward. You survived, she says softly. That's not cowardice. That's hope. Hope? I laugh bitterly. I failed them, Forla. Grook trusted me to help lead our people to safety, and I let them all drown. 7 brothers scattered to the winds or claimed by the sea, and I'm the only one searching. What kind of hope is that? She listens without judgment, her eyes bright with understanding tears. When I finish, she's quiet for a long moment, just breathing with me in the hay-scented silence. You're not responsible for the storm, she says finally, any more than I'm responsible for being born where slavers could find me. Her wisdom cuts through my guilt like her touch cuts through my defenses. Simple truth spoken without artifice, wisdom earned through her own suffering. She understands survival's cruel mathematics, knows the difference between choice and circumstance. The Dark Elves destroyed your ship, she continues. The sea scattered your clan. You didn't choose any of that. You just chose to keep fighting when it would have been easier to drown. We see each other clearly in this moment. Two damaged souls finding unexpected solace in a world that offers little mercy to the broken. The recognition creates something dangerous between us, something that makes my chest ache with possibility and fear. What about you? I ask, needing to shift focus from my own pain. What keeps you fighting when the nightmares come? Her smile is soft and sad. Tomorrow. The chance that tomorrow might be better than today. And people like Talia and Brahm, who chose kindness when they could have chosen indifference. She touches my arm gently. People like you, who make me remember that survival isn't the same as living. The admission hangs between us like a bridge neither of us is quite ready to cross. Her hand rests warm against my skin, and I can feel her pulse racing beneath my touch when I cover her fingers with mine. Forla, I whisper, her name a prayer on my lips. When she reaches to check my forehead for fever one last time, I catch her hand in both of mine. Our eyes meet and hold across the small distance that separates us, and the air between us crackles with possibility and fear. I see my own desperate need reflected in her dark eyes. See the way her breath catches when I trace my thumb across her knuckles. Feel the slight tremor that runs through her when I lean closer. We're balanced on the edge of something that will change everything, both of us knowing we should step back, and neither of us able to move. I should go, I murmur, but make no move to leave. The Dark Elves. I know. Her voice is barely a whisper. But not yet. Please. Not yet. The plea undoes me completely. I lean forward. She doesn't pull away, and our lips meet in a kiss that tastes like hope and desperation, like everything we've found and everything we're about to lose. Her mouth is soft beneath mine, tentative at first, but growing bolder as I show her the gentleness beneath the warrior's exterior. She tastes like honey and herbs, like morning sunlight and the promise of peace I thought I'd lost forever. When we break apart, both of us breathing hard, everything has changed. The air between us hums with new electricity, charged with possibilities that terrify and thrill in equal measure. This is dangerous, she whispers, but doesn't move away from my touch. I know. My forehead rests against hers, sharing breath and heartbeat in the golden barn light. But I can't regret it. Whatever happens tomorrow, I can't regret this moment. We both know this can't last. The Dark Elves are coming close. Duty calls me back to my quest, and she has a life here that doesn't include wounded orc warriors with impossible dreams. But for now, in this stolen moment, we have each other. For now, that's enough. Her thumb traces my lower lip, and I catch it gently between my teeth, making her breath hitch. Tomorrow you leave, she says. Statement, not question. Tomorrow I leave, I confirm, though the words feel like swallowing broken glass. Then, tonight we pretend the world can wait. I kiss her again, slower this time, savoring the taste and texture of something I'll carry with me long after I walk away. Her hands fist in my hair, pulling me closer, and for a minute I let myself believe in impossible things. In futures where duty doesn't call me away from the woman who makes me want to be more than just a weapon. In tomorrows where love might be enough to overcome the distance between our worlds. In hope that tastes like honey on her lips. But dawn will come, as it always does. And when it does, I'll have to choose between the woman who's become my heart and the brothers who need me to find them. Tonight, though, I'll hold her close and pretend that choice doesn't exist.
Chapter 6. Forla. The kiss changes everything. I pull back, breathless, seeing my own desperate need reflected in his dark eyes. Tomorrow he leaves. We both know it. The elves are closing in. Duty calls him back to his impossible quest, and I have a life here that doesn't include wounded orc warriors with hearts too big for their chests. Tonight might be all we have. My hands tremble as I touch his face, feeling the rough texture of his skin, the warmth that speaks of life when death seemed so certain just days ago. He's beautiful in ways I never expected. Not pretty or soft, but beautiful like a storm is beautiful, like fire is beautiful, dangerous and magnificent, and utterly alive.
Sorry for the interruption. I know you were gearing up for a steamy scene, but it's way too hot for this platform.
If we want to keep sharing our stories for free, we have to abide by this platform's guidelines.
To get the full, unabridged audiobook, go to worldsofprotheka.com.
Browse through unabridged audiobooks, countless ebooks and bundles offered at a discount.
If the thought of me whispering all the dirty details into your ear isn't enticing enough, use discount code YouTube30 to get 30% off of all digital products.
Story after story, audiobook after audiobook, the worlds of Protheka are waiting for you.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
But unabridged, it's unforgettable. By the time the first grey light creeps through the barn slats, I'm hoarse, covered in his marks, full of his seed in every possible place, and utterly, perfectly his. And when he finally falls asleep with me curled against his chest, I stay awake just to listen to his heartbeat and memorize the weight of his arm across my back. Because tomorrow he leaves. But tonight, I was screwed like a rag doll by the only male who ever made me feel safe enough to beg for it. And I will carry the ache of him between my thighs for the rest of my life.
Chapter 7. Thoktar. Morning light streams through the barn slats, turning Forla's hair to spun gold where it spreads across my chest. She's perfect in my arms, soft where I'm hard, gentle where I'm savage, everything good about this world wrapped in human skin and pressed against my heart. But the sunlight brings harsh truth with its warmth. Dark elves are drawing near. I can smell their magic on the wind, taste their corruption in the air that whispers through the barn walls. Every moment I stay puts her in greater danger, draws their net tighter around this peaceful farm that's become my sanctuary. She stirs against me and I memorize the feeling, her breath warm against my ribs, her hand curled over my heart, the way she fits perfectly in the curve of my arm, like she was made to be there. Last night feels like a dream now, too perfect to have been real. But the taste of her still lingers on my lips, and her scent clings to my skin. "Morning," she whispers, voice rough with sleep and satisfaction. "Morning." I press a kiss to the top of her head, breathing in the honey-sweet smell of her hair. "How do you feel?" She tilts her face up to mine, and the smile she gives me could light up the darkest cave. Like I'm alive, really alive, for the first time in years. The words hit me like an arrow to the chest. I know exactly what she means. I feel it too. The sense of waking up from a nightmare I didn't realize I was living. But that makes what I have to do next even harder. "Forla," I begin, then stop. How do you tell someone who's become your heart that you have to walk away? Her expression shifts, reading the conflict in my face. The smile fades, replaced by understanding that cuts deeper than any blade. "You have to go." "I have to go." The words taste like ash. "The dark elves." "I know." She sits up, magnificent in the morning light, and I have to clench my fist to keep from pulling her back down into my arms. They're getting closer. The practical part of me, the warrior, the survivor, knows this is how it has to be. I'll slip away in the pre-dawn darkness, carry my danger far from this place, let her return to the safe life she's built with Talia and Brahm. Clean break, no complications, no one else gets hurt. But looking at her face, seeing the careful way she's rebuilding her walls, I can't make myself accept it. "Come with me." The words tear from my throat before I can stop them, desperate and raw and completely honest. She freezes, eyes wide with shock, and I press on before courage abandons me. We'll find my brothers, build something new. I can protect you, Forla. I swear by my ancestors' bones, nothing will ever hurt you again while I draw breath. For a moment, hope flickers in her dark eyes. I see her imagine it. The open road, adventure, a life unbound by fear and careful safety. But then reality crashes back, and the walls slam shut. You know I can't. The gentle finality in her voice breaks something inside me that I thought was already shattered beyond repair. She touches my face with infinite sadness, her thumb tracing my cheek like she's trying to memorize the texture. Talia and Brahm saved me from slavery, she whispers. Gave me family, home, purpose. I won't abandon them now, not when they need me. I want to rage, to demand, to throw her over my shoulder and carry her to safety whether she likes it or not. Every orc instinct screams at me to take what's mine, to claim my mate and damn the consequences. But that's what her captors did. Stripped away her choice, treated her like property instead of person. I won't be another man who steals her freedom, even if it kills me to let her go. I understand, I say, though the words feel like swallowing molten metal. They're your family. She nods, tears streaming down her face. And you have yours to find. We dress in heavy silence, both knowing this is goodbye. Every movement feels weighted with finality, each shared glance another small death. When she's fully clothed, she looks smaller somehow, more fragile, like a piece of my imagination that's starting to fade. At the barn door, she presses something into my hand, a small carved charm, a protective symbol, worn smooth by anxious fingers during countless dark nights. So you remember, she whispers. I close my fist around the token, feeling its edges bite into my palm, as if I could forget. I kiss her one last time, pouring all my love and desperation into it. She tastes like tears and goodbye, like everything I'm walking away from and everything I'll never have again. When we break apart, both of us are shaking. I'll come back for you, I promise, though we both know it's a lie. When my brothers are safe, when the danger's past, I'll come back. She nods like she believes me, but I see the truth in her eyes. This is it. This is all we get. One perfect night stolen from an imperfect world, and now duty calls us back to our separate hells. I turn away before my resolve crumbles completely, before I do something we'll both regret. My axe feels heavier than mountains as I shoulder it, my pack like carrying the weight of every mistake I've ever made. At the edge of the farmyard, I look back one last time. She stands silhouetted in the barn doorway, small and brave and heartbreakingly alone. The sight burns itself into my memory, something to carry with me through whatever darkness lies ahead. Then I force myself to walk away from the only woman who's ever made me want to be more than just a weapon. Behind me, I hear her whispered words carried on the morning breeze. Come back to me. The plea follows me into the forest, an anchor and a torment both. I will come back, I swear silently. Somehow, someway, I'll find my brothers and then return to claim the woman who owns my heart. But first, I have to survive what's coming. The charm burns against my palm like a brand, marking me as hers even as distance grows between us. I tuck it safely away and turn my face toward the horizon, toward duty and danger, and the impossible hope that love might be enough to overcome everything that stands between us. Behind me, the farm grows smaller until it disappears completely. Ahead lies uncertainty, but for the very first time since the shipwreck, I have something worth fighting for beyond mere survival. I have something worth coming home to.
Chapter 8. Forla. I return to the house hollow-eyed and heartbroken, his absence already a physical ache in my chest. The charm he pressed into my hands before leaving burns against my palm. a piece of carved wood that somehow holds the weight of everything we shared and lost. Talia takes one look at my face and knows. You care for him, she says softly. It's not a question. I nod, unable to speak around the grief lodged in my throat like a stone. She pulls me close, her embrace both comfort and prison, the familiar scent of herbs and bread that means home and safety. But today, even her motherly warmth can't touch the cold hollow where my heart used to be. You did the right thing, she murmurs into my hair. Staying here, letting him go, it was the right choice. Did I? Then why does it feel like dying? Why does every breath taste like ash, every heartbeat a reminder of what I've given up? Thoktar is gone, walking toward danger with nothing but his axe and the impossible hope that he'll find his scattered brothers. Meanwhile, I'm safe, protected, exactly where I belong. So why do I feel like I've betrayed myself? Come, Talia says gently. Help me with dinner. Keeping busy will ease the hurt. But nothing eases the hurt. Not chopping vegetables, not kneading bread, not the mindless routine of domestic tasks that usually ground me. Everything reminds me of him, the way he watched me work, the careful questions he asked about my healing herbs, the reverent way he touched my hands like they were made of spun glass. At dinner, Brom and Talia exchange worried glances across the table. The silence stretches until it becomes unbearable, broken only by the clink of spoons against bowls and the distant sound of wind through the eaves. Dark elves have been seen in the eastern villages, Brom says finally, voice carefully neutral, taking people, questioning farmers about unusual visitors. My blood turns icy. Thoktar was heading east, following old smugglers' paths Nazim mentioned. The dark elves are closing in, and he's walking straight into their net. How long ago? The words scrape my throat raw. Brom shrugs, but I catch the way his eyes slide away from mine. 2 days, maybe 3. Hard to say exactly. Too close. Far too close. If they were in the eastern villages 2 days ago, they could be anywhere by now. Could have found his trail, could be tracking him through the forest while he travels alone and wounded. I want to run after him, to warn him, to throw myself between him and the danger closing in. But he's been gone for hours already, and I have no idea which path he took. By the time I could follow, the trail would be cold. We need to be careful, Talia says, reaching across to squeeze my hand. All of us, until this threat passes. After dinner, I retreat to my room and try to sleep, but rest refuses to come. Every sound makes me jump. Is that hoofbeats on the road? Dark elf magic crackling through the night? Thoktar returning because he's changed his mind? But it's only wind and settling timber, the normal sounds of a house at rest. Hours pass in restless tossing before I hear voices from the kitchen below. Hushed, urgent whispers that pull me from my bed like fishhooks. I creep to the stairs, bare feet silent on worn wood, and press myself against the wall to listen. Dangerous to keep quiet about this. Brom's voice, lower than usual but clearly audible. If they find out we knew and said nothing. I know, Talia replies, and I hear tears in her voice. But what choice do we have? What choice did we ever have? My heart stops. They're talking about Thoktar. About the wounded orc they've been harbouring in their barn for days. The creature they helped nurse back to health before sending him away. That orc brings trouble, Brom continues. Even gone, he brings trouble. They'll question everyone, search every building, and when they find traces... Protect Fawla, Talia whispers. That's all that matters, protecting our daughter. The word hits like a physical blow. Daughter. They see me as their child, would do anything to keep me safe. Even this. The authorities will know how to handle it safely, Brom says, and my world tilts on its axis. Better to tell them now, voluntarily, than have them discover it on their own. Authorities, dark elves. They're going to turn him in. I want to burst through the kitchen door, to scream and rage and demand they stop this madness. But something keeps me frozen on the stairs, paralysed by the terrible understanding of what I'm hearing. "I'll send word in the morning," Brom says finally. "To the search parties. Tell them about the orc we found, about where he was heading." "It's for the best." Talia's voice is thick with tears and guilt. "For all of us. Forla will understand someday. When she's older and wiser and sees how dangerous. I can't listen anymore. Can't bear to hear them justify betraying the man I love in the name of protecting me. I sink to the floor, hand pressed to my mouth to stifle the sobs trying to tear free. The people who saved me from slavery are about to sell the man I love into chains. And there's nothing I can do to stop it. They mean well. I know they do. In their minds, they're protecting their adopted daughter from a dangerous liaison with a creature who could bring dark elf attention down on our quiet farm. They're choosing my safety over his freedom, my life over his. The same choice I made when I stayed instead of fleeing with him. But understanding their motives doesn't make the betrayal hurt less, doesn't make it right. Thoktar trusted us, trusted me, and we've repaid that trust with silver coins and pointed fingers. 30 pieces of silver for an orc's soul. By morning, the dark elves will know exactly where to look for him. They'll follow his trail like bloodhounds, patient and inexorable, until they run him to ground. And when they do, they'll drag him back in chains to face whatever horrors await in their slave pits. I stumble back to my room and collapse on the bed, still clutching his charm. The carved wood cuts into my palm, but the pain feels distant compared to the agony tearing through my chest. He's out there somewhere, walking toward his doom, believing he's safe because he left before the net could close, not knowing that the people he trusted most have already sold him to his enemies, not knowing that the woman he loves is too much of a coward to save him.
Chapter 9. Thoktar. I make camp a mile from the farm, unable to leave, but knowing I must. Every instinct screams danger. The taste of dark elf magic grows stronger on the wind, and my warrior's intuition tells me the net is closing. But I can't abandon Forla completely. Not yet. Sleep comes fitfully when it comes at all, filled with dreams of her smile, her touch, the promise in her eyes when she whispered my name. I wake before dawn with dread settling in my gut like spoiled meat, the kind of bone-deep certainty that precedes disaster. Something's wrong. The forest feels too quiet, birds absent from their usual perches. Even the insects have gone silent, as if nature itself holds its breath waiting for violence to break. Hidden in the tree line, I watch the farmhouse through the morning haze. Normal routines play out like a mummer's show. Forla feeding chickens with mechanical precision, Brom checking fence posts with unusual attention to the road. Everything looks peaceful, but something feels fundamentally wrong. The air tastes of betrayal, sharp and bitter on my tongue. When strange riders approach the house in the distance, my worst fears crystallize into terrible certainty. Even from this distance, I recognize the fluid grace of dark elf movement, the way they sit their mounts like predators surveying prey. They found me. But how? I covered my tracks, avoided main roads, kept to paths even Natsim said were forgotten. Unless... No. The thought refuses to take shape, too monstrous to acknowledge. But it claws at the edges of my mind like a caged beast, demanding recognition. I should run. Should put as much distance between myself and this place as possible, lead the hunters away from Forla and her family. That's what any sane warrior would do. Instead, I find myself creeping closer, drawn by the need to see her one last time, to make sure she's safe before I disappear forever into the hostile wilderness. Dark elf magic hits me from behind before I can react. Sleep spells that turn my limbs to lead, binding chains that materialize from shadow, poison darts that burn like liquid fire where they pierce my skin. I fight like a madman, roaring Forla's name, desperate to warn her of the danger. But there are way too many, and the poison saps my strength with each heartbeat. My vision blurs as consciousness fades, and through the haze I see something that stops my heart cold. Brahm stands beside the lead dark elf, coins changing hands in the morning light. 30 pieces of silver glinting like fallen stars, payment for services rendered. The betrayal hits harder than any physical blow. These people who sheltered me, who tended my wounds and shared their food, have sold me to my enemies. The very humans Forla loves most in the world have traded my freedom for their safety. As they drag me past the farmhouse in chains, consciousness flickering like a guttering candle, I see her, Forla running from somewhere behind the house, screaming my name, reaching for me with desperate hands. Talia holds her back, both women weeping, but I only have eyes for the woman who owns my heart. Our eyes meet for one devastating moment across the yard. In hers I see love, horror, and the terrible knowledge that her family chose her safety over my freedom. She knows. Somehow she knows what they've done. The understanding passes between us like lightning. She loves me, but she couldn't save me. They betrayed me, but they did it for her. The mathematics of survival are cruel and complex, and everyone pays a price. "I'm sorry," she mouths, the words lost in her sobs, but clear as thunder to my heart. "I'm so sorry." I want to tell her it's not her fault, that I understand why they did it, that loving her was worth any price. But the chains drag me forward and the poison pulls me down, and all I can do is memorize her face as the distance grows between us. The dark elves throw me across a horse like a sack of grain, my head hanging down so blood rushes to my brain in sickening waves. Through the haze of approaching unconsciousness, I hear their leader giving orders. "Take him to Eelry," the voice says, cold and precise. "Gospar pays well for fresh gladiators, and this one should provide excellent sport." Gladiator, arena. The words hit like physical blows, bringing with them images of sand and blood and crowds screaming for death. I've heard stories of the fighting pits, places where slaves kill each other for the entertainment of their masters, places where strong warriors go to die slowly, one cut at a time. The horse lurches into motion, carrying me away from everything that matters toward a hell I may never escape. Behind me, Forla's screams fade into the distance, but they echo in my mind like a curse and a prayer both. This isn't how it ends, I swear to myself as darkness claims me. Whatever they do to me, however they break me, I'll find a way back to her. I'll survive their arena, escape their chains, and return to claim the woman who gave me her heart. But first, I have to live through what's coming. The charm she gave me burns against my chest where I've hidden it beneath my shirt, a small piece of warmth in the growing cold. As consciousness abandons me completely, I clutch that token like an anchor, holding tight to the memory of her love. It may be all I've left in the darkness ahead. The chains drag me toward a hell I may never escape, but they can't take what lives in my heart. They can break my body, chain my flesh, throw me into their killing grounds. But they can't take her from me. And someday, somehow, I'll make them pay for what they've stolen. Escape this world and step into one where romance and magic intertwine across realms, with stories that are not just standalone tales, but part of a vast, interconnected universe.
Imagine not just one, but 100 stories, where characters, destinies, and legends cross paths in unexpected ways.
100 audiobooks from the Romantasy 100 book bundle.
These aren't just isolated stories. They share themes, worlds, and threads that make every journey feel part of something grander.
Fated lovers, ancient prophecies, and the delicate balance between power and passion.
Get all of these stories today for a mind-blowing 90% off. That's right, 100 audiobooks for the price of 10.
800 hours of audio where these alpha males prove just how puny the human men of Protheka are. 12 complete series where they show their human women what they've been missing and more.
One-time purchase, lifetime access to a universe of interconnected magic and romance.
Protheka's magic is eternal. With the Romantasy 100 book bundle, your pleasure will be too.
Chapter 10. Faller. I return from the market to find Talia and Brom slaughtered in their own kitchen, throats slit, blood pooling on the floor I swept this morning. My screams echo through the empty house until my voice gives out, until nothing remains but the terrible silence of death and the metallic taste of copper in the air. On the table, gold coins, still warm from dark elf hands, 30 pieces of silver, scattered like fallen stars across the wooden surface where we shared our last meal together. The price of an orc's freedom, the price of their lives. I hold Talia's cooling hand and understand the cruel mathematics of survival with crystalline clarity. They betrayed Thoktar to protect me and died for their trouble. The dark elves left no witnesses, no loose ends, no complications to their neat little transaction. My safety cost 3 lives, theirs and his. The guilt threatens to tear me apart, but rage burns hotter. They're all dead because I was a coward, because I chose safety over love, duty over desire, because I let fear make my choices for me. While I sat in my room last night drowning in self-pity, killers were already on their way. I could have warned him, could have run after him, shouted his name into the darkness, told him what Brom was planning. Instead, I listened to hushed conspiracies and did nothing, paralysed by the terrible weight of impossible choices. Now everyone pays the price for my cowardice. Blood soaks into my skirt as I kneel beside them, my parents in everything but blood, the people who saved me from slavery and gave me something beyond freedom. They gave me family, love, a home where I mattered to someone, and I let them die for it. I'm sorry, I whisper to Talia's still face. I'm so sorry I wasn't strong enough to save you all. But sorry changes nothing. Sorry doesn't bring back the dead, or free the captured, or undo the betrayals that led to this moment. Sorry is just another word for helpless, and I'm done being helpless. Hours pass in blood-soaked silence before I hear the barn door creak. My heart leaps. Could it be Thoktar? Escaped somehow, returned to find me. But the footsteps are wrong, too fluid for orc boots, and when the kitchen door opens, it's Nazim who enters. His serpentine eyes take in the carnage and soften with understanding. He's seen enough violence to read the story written in blood and scattered coins, betrayal, murder, the clean-up that follows when dark elves tie off loose ends. The orc? He asks gently. Taken. The word tastes like ash and failure. They took him to the arena in Eelry, for the games. Nazim nods grimly, unsurprised. Gospar pays well for fresh gladiators, and orcs. He doesn't finish the sentence, doesn't need to. Everyone knows what happens to orcs in the fighting pits. I have to get him back. The words surprise us both with their steel, with the absolute certainty that cuts through grief like a blade. Child, Nazim says carefully, the arena is a fortress. Gospar has guards, dark elf magic, defences that would challenge an army. And you're... What? A scared little slave girl who hides when danger comes calling. I stand on unsteady legs, blood staining my hands like evidence of crimes I should have prevented. You're right, that's exactly what I am. I walk to the kitchen cupboard and pull out the knife Brom used for slaughtering chickens. The blade gleams in the afternoon light, sharp enough to cut through bone if necessary. But I'm done being that person. Nazim studies my face, reading the determination written in blood and tears. Slowly, his expression shifts from concern to something like respect. The arena fight's a spectacle, he says quietly. Rich patrons pay gold to watch slaves kill each other. If we could get inside as buyers, as slave as ourselves. Then we'd need a plan, and weapons, and more luck than either of us deserves. I turn the knife over in my hands, feeling its weight, its potential. Can you do it? Can you get us inside? I have find connections from my old life, people who remember me as something other than the reformed fool who feeds stray cats. His smile is sharp as winter wind. But this is suicide, child. Even if we succeed, even if we free him, they'll hunt us to the ends of the earth. Let them come. The words ring with a finality that surprises me. The scared little slave girl who clung to safety is gone, burned away in the crucible of this blood-soaked kitchen. In her place stands something harder, sharper, something capable of walking into hell itself. As we bury Talia and Brom in the garden where she grew her healing herbs, I make my own vow. Thoktar saved my life in that barn, showed me what it meant to be cherished instead of used. Now I'll save his, or die trying. The scared little slave girl is gone. In her place stands a woman with a knife in her hand and vengeance in her heart. A woman who's learned the difference between surviving and living, between safety and cowardice. A woman who's done letting fear make her choices. They took my love, murdered my family, and turned my home into a slaughterhouse. But they made one crucial mistake. They left me alive, and I'm going to make them pay for that oversight.
Chapter 11. Thoktar. I wake to the stench of blood and despair. The stone floor beneath me is slick with gods know what, and my head throbs where the Dark Elf's club found its mark. Iron shackles bite into my wrists, the metal still warm from whatever foul magic they've used to bind them. I try to flex my fingers. They respond, but sluggishly. Whatever poison they used hasn't fully worn off. The cell is small, maybe 10 feet square, with bars that gleam with the same sickly magic as my shackles. 3 other prisoners huddle in the corners, and none of them look up when I stir. Smart. In a place like this, hope is probably the first thing that gets you killed. You're awake. The voice comes from my right, a female, human by the sound of it, but there's something else underneath, something that makes my orc instincts prickle. Good. Thought they might have hit you too hard. I turn my head and immediately understand why my gut churned. The woman looks human enough, dark hair, pale skin, maybe 30 summers, but she sits too still, shows no fear despite being caged with 3 non-humans. Her scent carries the metallic tang of magic. Purna. Witch. How long? My voice comes out as a rasp. My throat feels like I've been swallowing sand. 3 days since they dragged you in. She tilts her head, studying me like I'm an interesting specimen. You've been mumbling in your sleep. Forla, mostly. Heat flashes through me, part anger, part protective fury. This witch has no right to know that name, to speak it in this hellhole. But I force my rage down. Getting myself killed in the first hour won't get me back to Forla. Name's Vyra, the Purna continues when I don't respond. Though I doubt we'll be properly introduced long enough for it to matter. A harsh laugh echoes from the corner, and I look toward the sound. A Naga sits coiled against the far wall, crimson scales gleaming even in the dim torchlight. His hood is flared slightly, a sign of agitation or readiness to strike. Unlike Nazim's controlled demeanor, this one radiates barely contained violence. She means we're all going to die, the Naga says, forked tongue flicking out to taste the air. Name's Kresh. Been here 2 months. Seen dozens come through these cells. His yellow eyes fix on me. None of them leave. Not alive. The 3rd prisoner finally looks up. Another orc, but one whose spirit has been broken so thoroughly he barely qualifies as kin anymore. His tusks have been filed down to nubs. His hair is matted with filth, and his eyes are empty. Don't listen to the snake, the broken orc whispers. Fight when they tell you to fight. Maybe you live another day. Maybe 2. My hands ball into fists, shackles rattling. This is what they do here. This is how they break warriors down until they're nothing but entertainment for dark elf gold. The sight of my fellow orc reduced to this hollow shell makes me want to tear these bars apart with my bare hands. But I think of Forla instead. Her gentle hands on my wounds, her fierce determination when she spoke of surviving, her promise that she would find a way. If there's even a chance she's looking for me, I need to stay alive long enough for her to succeed. What kind of fights? I ask. Vyra raises an eyebrow. Still thinking like a warrior instead of meat. Interesting. She gestures toward the bars. Arena fights. Gladiator games for the entertainment of whoever has enough coin to buy a seat. Sometimes it's to the death. Sometimes just until someone can't stand. Depends on Gospar's mood. Gospar! Arena master! Kresh hisses. Dark elf collaborator. Makes his fortune breaking strong fighters and selling the spectacle. The Naga's claws extend slightly. He likes to pair fighters against each other based on old hatreds. Orc versus Naga, human versus anything with fangs. There's someone else you should know about, Vyra says quietly. Someone they're all afraid of, even Gospar. The broken orc whimpers and covers his ears. Rofon, she continues. Minotaur gladiator. Undefeated. They say he's killed over 40 fighters in the past 2 years. They say he's gone mad from whatever the Dark Elves did to him when they captured him. Mad how? I need to know what I'm facing. Kresh's hood flares wider. Endless rage, bloodlust that never stops. He doesn't just fight, he destroys. Tears opponents apart with his bare hands, horns, hooves. The crowds love it. And they're saving you for him, Vyra says matter-of-factly. Fresh orc warrior, still has fight in him. It'll be quite the spectacle when you face him. When, not if. The certainty in her voice chills me, but it also hardens my resolve. I've survived dark elf poison, orc slavers, and the loss of my entire clan. I can survive whatever this Rofon brings. I have to, because somewhere out there Forla is searching for me, and I'll be damned if I'm going to let some mad minotaur keep me from getting back to her. The sound of boots on stone echoes from the corridor beyond our cells. All 4 of us tense, and I smell the spike of fear from the broken orc. Feeding time, Vyra murmurs. Try to eat whatever they give you. You'll need your strength. But as the guards approach, I'm not thinking about food. I'm thinking about Forla's hands in mine, her whispered promise that we'd find each other again. I'm thinking about the carved charm she made me, now hidden beneath my torn shirt where the guards didn't think to look. And I'm thinking about how I'm going to kill every last one of these bastards when the time comes. The cell door clangs open.
Chapter 12. Forla. Eelry sprawls before us like an infected wound on the coastline, all ramshackle buildings and narrow streets that seem designed to trap anyone foolish enough to wander in. I pull my hood up despite the heat, letting the expensive fabric shadow my face. The merchant disguise Nazim procured feels like wearing someone else's skin, but it's necessary. Wealthy northern trader seeking exotic fighters for private matches. It's a role that explains my interest in the arena without raising suspicions. Remember, Nazim murmurs beside me, his own disguise making him look like a successful slaver rather than the reformed man I know him to be. You're Lady Mira of Greyhold. You have gold to spend and specific tastes. Act like the world owes you entertainment. My stomach churns at the thought, but I nod. 3 days of travel from the farm have given us time to perfect this charade. 3 days of not knowing if Thoktar is alive or dead, if he's been forced to fight, if he's been... I cut off that line of thinking. He's alive. He has to be. The arena looms ahead of us, a massive stone structure that dominates the town centre. Even from here I can see the banners advertising tonight's matches, the crowds already gathering despite the early hour. The casual way people discuss which fighter will die first makes my skin crawl. There. Nazim points to a tavern across from the main entrance. The Broken Blade. Gospar does business there between matches. We push through the crowd, and I force myself not to flinch when a man shoves past me, his breath reeking of ale and his eyes already bright with anticipation of blood. This is what Thoktar faces, people who see him as nothing more than entertainment, a thing to bet on and discard. The tavern is exactly what I expected. Dim, smoky, filled with the kind of people who profit from others' misery. Nazim guides me to a corner table where we can observe without being too obvious about it. "Wine," he tells the serving girl, then adds just loud enough for nearby tables to hear. "And information about tonight's matches. My lady has particular interests." I let my gaze sweep the room, cataloguing faces and conversations. At a table near the bar, 3 men huddle over a ledger, and one of them has the pointed ears and pale skin of a dark elf. Not Gospar, I memorized his description, but likely one of his lieutenants. "The Minotaur fights again next week," one of the men is saying. "Gospar's saving him for something special." "What about the fresh orc?" another asks. "Worth anything?" Iron Tusk clan, if the tattoos are right. Strong stock. Gospar's thinking of blooding him against some of the weaker fighters first, build up anticipation before feeding him to Rofan. They don't say it, but I can hear it in their tone. My hands clench under the table, and Nazim's foot finds mine, a gentle warning to stay calm. The serving girl returns with wine that tastes like vinegar, and information that's worth far more. "You're interested in the arena fights, my lady. Tonight's got some good ones, a naga against 2 humans, and there's talk of bringing out the witch for something special. Vyra. From Nazim's description, she has to be the Perna who was taken the same night as Thoktar. If she's here, if they're planning to use her." "What about fresh fighters?" I ask, pitching my voice to carry the bored tone of someone with too much gold and too little conscience. "I prefer unseasoned meat." The girl's eyes light up at the prospect of a good tip. "Oh, there's been talk. Big Orc came in a few days back. Still got fight in him, they say. But he's not for tonight's matches." Pity. I sip the terrible wine and let disappointment colour my voice. I do so enjoy watching the first time they truly understand where they are. Nazim shoots me a look. I'm laying it on too thick, but the girl just grins. "Well, if you're willing to pay for information, I might know when they're planning his first fight." I slide a silver coin across the table. I'm always willing to invest in quality entertainment. She palms the coin with practiced ease. 3 days from now. They want to let him stew a bit first, get properly desperate. Then they'll blood him against a few weaklings, work up to the real show. 3 days. 3 days of Thoktar in those cells, probably being starved and beaten to break his spirit. 3 days of... A commotion at the bar catches my attention. A man has stumbled backward, pointing at me with a shaking finger. "I know you," he slurs, ale sloshing from his mug. "You're that slave girl, the healer, from Corvin's camp." Ice floods my veins. Corvin, one of the orc slavers who'd kept me for 2 years before I escaped. This drunk must have been one of his men, or a client, or... "I think you're mistaken," I say coldly, but he's already lurching toward our table. No, I remember. You had that scar on your... Nazim moves faster than I've ever seen him. His clawed hand wraps around the drunk's throat, not breaking skin, but making his intent unmistakably clear. "My lady," Nazim says in a voice like silk over steel, "is the daughter of Lord Greyhold, and if you continue to mistake her for some common slave, I'll be forced to defend her honour, permanently." The drunk's eyes widen as he takes in Nazim's hood, his fangs, the subtle threat in his posture. Sorry, I was... The wine. "Leave. Now." The man stumbles away, and conversations resume around us, but I can feel eyes lingering. We need to get out of here before someone else recognises me. "Time to go," Nazim murmurs, but I shake my head. "Not yet." I forced steel into my voice, into my spine. The old faller would have fled at the first sign of danger. But that woman couldn't save anyone. Not herself, not Talia and Brom, and certainly not Thoktar. I stand and walk to the Dark Elf's table, every step an act of will. "Gentlemen," I say, letting my merchant persona drop just enough to show the predator underneath. "I couldn't help overhearing your discussion about upcoming matches. Perhaps we could discuss a private arrangement?" The Dark Elf looks me up and down, calculating profit margins. "What did you have in mind, lady?" "Mira. And what I have in mind is very simple." I lean forward slightly, close enough to see the greed in his eyes. "I want to sponsor a fight. Specifically, I want to ensure that Fresh Orc gets proper motivation before his debut. Nothing permanent, you understand. Just enough to make the eventual show more entertaining." It takes everything I have not to vomit saying those words, but the Dark Elf's smile tells me it worked. "That," he says, "can definitely be arranged." 20 minutes later, we're walking away from the tavern with a wealth of information about the arena's layout, security rotations, and Gospar's schedule. More importantly, I now have a legitimate excuse to visit the holding cells tomorrow, to inspect my investment. "That was risky," Nazim says once we're clear of the crowd. "Everything about this is risky." I pull my hood back up, hiding the tears that threaten to fall. But I'm done being careful. I'm done being safe. I look back at the arena, its stone walls rising like a fortress between me and the man I love. Somewhere behind those walls, Thoktar is probably wondering if I'm even looking for him. "Hold on," I think as fiercely as I can. "Just hold on a little longer."
Chapter 13. Thoktar. The roar of the crowd hits me like a physical blow as the gate clangs open. Sunlight burns my eyes after days in the dim cells, and for a brief moment I'm blind, stumbling forward on legs that shake from hunger and confinement. "Fresh meat!" someone screams from the stands. "Kill the orc!" The arena floor is sand mixed with old blood, and it shifts under my boots as I try to get my bearings. The walls rise 30 feet on all sides, packed with spectators who lean forward like vultures scenting carrion. In the ornate box overlooking the pit, a dark elf in expensive robes watches with calculating eyes. Gospar. A rusty sword gets shoved into my hands, not the balanced weight of my axe, but it'll have to do. Across the sand, 2 figures emerge from the opposite gate. One human man, maybe 30 summers, moves with the jerky twitches of someone who's lost his mind to this place. His eyes are wild, foam flecking his lips as he snarls and snaps at the air. The other, older and still sane, takes one look at me, and his face goes white as bone. The stench hits me a moment later, the sharp, acrid smell of piss and terror. The older human has soiled himself at the sight of me, his body betraying what his mind knows. He's about to die. "Please," he whispers, backing against the arena wall. "I have a wife, children. I was just a baker. I never hurt anyone." The mad one laughs, high and broken. "Children!" he shrieks. "Had children too. Fed them to the rats when the voices got too loud. Want to hear them scream?" He launches himself at the terrified baker with his bare hands, fingernails grown long and sharp during his captivity. The crowd roars approval. They love it when the prisoners turn on each other. "Begin!" Gospar calls, but the fight has already started. I move without thinking, intercepting the madman before he can reach the cowering baker. His claws rake across my forearm, drawing blood, but I catch his wrists and twist. He's stronger than he looks. The mad often are, and he fights with the desperate savagery of someone with nothing left to lose. "Orc flesh!" he hisses, trying to bite my throat. "Tastes like iron and hate. Want to wear your tusks as a necklace." I slam my knee into his stomach, doubling him over, but he recovers faster than expected. His elbow catches me in the ribs, exactly where the guards beat me yesterday, and pain explodes through my chest. The rusty sword skitters across the sand as I stumble. The crowd is on its feet now, screaming for blood. The madman scoops up the fallen blade and swings it in wild arcs, foam flying from his mouth as he laughs. Pretty orc, pretty green skin. Gonna peel it off in strips. Behind him, the baker is curled into a ball, sobbing. The smell of his terror fills the arena, and I catch sight of children in the stands, their parents lifting them up to see better. This is entertainment to them. This horror, this degradation. It's a show. The madman rushes me, sword raised, and I barely dodge the wild swing. The blade whistles past my ear, close enough to part my hair. I grab a handful of sand and fling it in his eyes, buying myself a moment to think. Don't become what they want you to become. Forla's voice whispers in my memory. There's always another choice. But what choice do I have here? The madman is already gone. There's nothing left to save in those wild eyes. And if I don't fight, if I don't give them the show they want, they'll make the next fight worse. They'll bring in more innocents like the baker, more victims to die for sport. The madman wipes the sand from his eyes and grins, showing teeth he's filed to points. Going to eat your heart while it's still beating. Going to... I hit him like a landslide. All my rage, all my fury at this place and what it's done to him, to all of us, pours into the tackle. We go down hard, rolling in the bloody sand, and I hear ribs crack under my weight. He tries to stab me with the sword, but the angle is wrong. I grab his wrist, slamming it against the ground until he drops the weapon. Then I wrap my hands around his throat. He doesn't fight it. For just a moment, his eyes clear, and I see the man he used to be. Someone's father, probably. Someone who had a life before this place broke him. Thank you, he whispers. I squeeze quick and clean. His neck snaps with a sound like dry wood breaking, and the light goes out of his eyes. The crowd roars its approval, but the sound feels hollow in my ears. I stand slowly, blood dripping from my clawed forearm, and look toward the baker. He stopped sobbing, staring at me with a mixture of terror and gratitude. You saved me, he whispers. Kill him, or you die, orc, the ringmaster yells. I look at the baker. Please, no. I squeeze my eyes and swing the sword. I feel cut through flesh and bone. When I open them, the baker's head lies on the sand, his eyes wide open and staring at me. The crowd roars and I throw down the sword. The guards are already marching onto the sand, their expressions satisfied. A good show. A proper death. This is what they wanted from me. They drag me back to the cells, my boots leaving furrows in the bloody sand. As the gate slams shut behind me, I catch a brief glimpse of workers hauling away the unconscious baker. At least he lived. At least I didn't become what they wanted. But the beating cost me. My ribs scream with each breath, and I taste blood where my teeth cut my cheek. In the cell, Kresh's yellow eyes gleam with what might be respect. Clever, the Naga hisses, but stupid. Gaspar doesn't like his entertainment watered down. I noticed. I slump against the wall, trying to find a position that doesn't make my ribs feel like broken glass. Vira looks up from her corner. He'll make the next fight harder, and the one after that. Eventually you'll have to choose. Kill or be killed. The madman was already gone, I say, touching the spot where his neck snapped. I gave him peace, not entertainment. Peace is expensive here, she observes, and Gaspar doesn't like to pay for it. The broken orc whimpers in his corner. They'll bring worse ones next time. Ones you can't save. Ones that'll make you choose between your honor and your life. I shield my eyes and lean back against the cold stone. My forearm throbs where the madman's claws raked across it, and every breath sends fire through my ribs. But I'm alive. I survived my first arena fight. The question is, how many more can I survive before this place breaks me like it broke him? I touch the hidden charm against my chest, drawing what strength I can from Forla's memory. Somewhere out there, she's looking for me. I have to believe that. I have to hold on to something, or I'll end up like the madman, grateful for death when it finally comes.
Chapter 14. Faller. My hands shake as I adjust the expensive rings Nazim procured for me. The gold feels cold and foreign against my skin, a costume piece in this sick theatre we're performing. But it's necessary. Lady Mira of Greyhold wouldn't have calloused fingers or bitten nails. Remember, Nazim murmurs as we approach the arena's private entrance. You're inspecting potential investments. You have gold to spend and very specific tastes in entertainment. The dark elf who greets us has the pale, sharp features of his kind, but his smile is all merchant, calculating and false. Lady Mira, Gospar is delighted by your interest in our accommodations. I'm Moorwolf, his business manager. Charmed. I let ice creep into my voice, playing the bored noble. I trust you have something worth my time? I've travelled quite far based on your reputation. Oh, we have several specimens that might interest you. Moorwolf's eyes glitter with greed. Fresh acquisitions, barely broken. Perfect for private matches or other entertainments. My stomach churns, but I force a predatory smile. Show me. The descent into the arena's bowels is a journey into nightmare. The stone walls weep moisture and worse things, and the air grows thick with the stench of unwashed bodies, old blood, and despair. Torches provide flickering light that makes shadows dance like demons. Here we are, Moorwolf says, stopping before a row of barred cells. Our current stock. And there he is. Thoktar sits against the back wall of the third cell, and my heart nearly stops. He's thinner than when I saw him last, his green skin marked with fresh bruises and a long scratch down his forearm. But he's alive. He's alive, and those dark eyes are alert, scanning his surroundings with the focus of a warrior planning his next move. Ah, this one caught your attention. Moorwolf follows my gaze. Excellent choice. Iron Tusk clan orc, fresh from yesterday's fight, killed a madman with his bare hands. Quite the spectacle. He looks damaged. I force criticism into my voice when all I want to do is run to those bars, reach through them, touch him to prove he's real. Superficial wounds only. He's strong stock. They heal quickly. Moorwolf moves closer to the cell, and I see Thoktar's muscles tense. Show the lady your strength, orc. Thoktar doesn't move, doesn't acknowledge us at all. His eyes find mine for just an instant, a flicker of recognition, of desperate hope, before he looks away. Defiant, I observe, proud of how steady my voice sounds. That could be entertaining, but what's his fighting record? 1 match, 1 victory, though Gospar felt his technique could use refinement. Moorwolf's smile turns cruel. Too quick, too clean. Our patrons prefer their entertainment more prolonged. In the next cell, a naga with crimson scales watches our conversation with yellow eyes that miss nothing. Beside him, a woman who looks human but carries the subtle wrongness of magic about her. A Perna. They're studying me as intently as I'm pretending to study Thoktar. What about the others? I ask, though I have to force myself to look away from Thoktar. The Naga is experienced but expensive to maintain, highly aggressive, excellent for death matches. The witch. Moorwolf shrugs. Magical entertainment, very specialised market. And him? I nod toward the 4th cell, where a broken orc cowers in the shadows. Worthless. We keep him around to demonstrate what happens to fighters who lose their spirit. Good for motivation. The casual cruelty in his voice makes me want to claw his eyes out, but I school my features into bored interest. I see. And when is the fresh orc scheduled to fight next? Tomorrow, actually. Gospar decided to advance his schedule after yesterday's performance. He'll face 2 opponents this time, a pair of human criminals. Should be more challenging. Tomorrow. My blood runs cold. We're not ready, don't have our plan finalised yet. But if Thoktar fights again so soon... I'd like to ensure my investment performs properly, I say carefully. Perhaps some incentive. I find that the right motivation can improve a fighter's enthusiasm considerably. Moorwolf's grin is genuinely pleased. Lady Mira, I can see we're going to do excellent business together. What sort of motivation did you have in mind? Before I can answer, footsteps echo down the corridor. A larger dark elf approaches, Gospar himself, from the rich robes and the way Moorwolf immediately straightens. My lady! Gospar's voice is smooth as silk and twice as dangerous. How delightful to meet someone with such refined tastes. Moorwolf has been showing you our current stock. Indeed. I incline my head regally. Though I confess I'm not entirely impressed. The orc seems promising, but if he's too soft for proper entertainment. Ah, but that's easily corrected. Gospar's smile is a blade. Sometimes fresh fighters need to understand the consequences of holding back. A few lessons in motivation, and they become much more enthusiastic. What sort of lessons? Well, for example, Gospar nods to one of his guards who produces a thin, flexible rod. A few strokes across the back often helps a fighter remember that survival requires commitment. The guard approaches Thoktar's cell, rod raised, and my entire world narrows to that moment. I can see Thoktar's hands clench, see him preparing to fight back, which will only make things worse. Wait, I say quickly. If you damage him too badly, won't that affect his performance tomorrow? Just a taste, Gospar assures me. Enough to motivate, not enough to cripple. The guard unlocks the cell door. Actually, I say, my mind racing, might I suggest an alternative? Sometimes psychological motivation is more effective than physical punishment. Gospar raises an eyebrow. Oh? The threat of consequences can be more powerful than the consequences themselves. Perhaps defer the lesson until after tomorrow's fight. Let him know that poor performance will result in severe punishment. I'm improvising desperately now. It adds anticipation, dread, very entertaining. Gospar considers this, then laughs. Lady Mira, you have a wonderfully twisted mind. Yes, I think that approach has merit. The uncertainty will eat at him. The guard steps back, and I see Thoktar's shoulders relax slightly. Our eyes meet again, and this time he holds my gaze for a heartbeat longer. In that look, I see everything. Recognition, hope, love, and a desperate question. Are you really here? I give the tiniest nod, so small it could be mistaken for adjusting my hood. But his eyes close briefly, and I know he understands. Help is coming. He just has to survive a little longer. Excellent, I say aloud. I do so enjoy fighters who truly understand the stakes. Shall we discuss terms? 20 minutes later, I'm walking out of the arena complex with a receipt for my sponsorship of Thoktar's next fight, detailed knowledge of the underground layout, and a promise from Gospar that he'll personally ensure the orc provides proper entertainment tomorrow. The moment we're clear of the arena district, I stumble into an alley and vomit until my stomach is empty. Nazim holds my hair back and says nothing until the shaking stops. That was well done, he says finally. Risky, but well done. He's hurt. My voice comes out raw. They're starving him, beating him, and tomorrow they're going to make him fight again. But he's alive, and now he knows you're here. That will give him strength. I straighten, wiping my mouth with the back of my hand. The taste of bile is nothing compared to the memory of Gospar's smile, of having to stand there while they discussed torturing the man I love. Tomorrow, I say, my mind already working through what I learned. We'll be in the audience for his fight. I need to see what we're up against, map the arena layout from the spectator side. And if he's badly hurt? Then we act immediately after. I meet Nazim's eyes. But if he can survive one more fight, if I can get close enough during the chaos. Gospar mentioned something about bringing out their champion soon. Rofan. Nazim's hood flares slightly. The mad minotaur. What if that's our opportunity? When they bring out their biggest spectacle, security might be focused on the main event. And if Thoktar is meant to fight Rofan eventually... I trail off, pieces of a plan beginning to form. You're thinking of using the chaos? Nazim asks. It is our only friend right now, I reply.
Chapter 15. Thoktar. The guards come for Vyra at dawn. The witch fights first, one of them grunts, rattling keys against the bars. Get up! Vyra rises with fluid grace, no fear in her movements despite what we all know this likely means. She catches my eye for a moment and there's something almost like a smile on her lips. Survive, Orc, she says quietly. Someone should. Then they're dragging her away, her footsteps echoing down the stone corridor until the sound fades to nothing. The three of us left behind sit in tense silence. Kresh coils against the far wall, his yellow eyes fixed on the ceiling as if he can see through the stone to the arena above. The broken orc whimpers softly, rocking back and forth. And I listen. The sounds filter down to us, muffled but unmistakable. First the roar of the crowd as they announce her entry, then Gospar's voice magically amplified, building excitement for the spectacle about to unfold. I catch fragments. Mystical powers of the mountain witches, and never before seen in our arena. The crowd cheers, bloodthirsty and eager. Then the fighting begins. Even through layers of stone we hear it. The clash of weapons, yes, but other sounds too. Crackling energy, the hiss of magic unleashed, strange serpentine noises that make my skin crawl. At one point there's an explosion that shakes dust from our cell ceiling, followed by screams that might be pain or might be ecstasy from the crowd above. She's giving them a show, Kresh hisses softly. The battle sounds continue for what feels like an eternity, but is probably only minutes. Magic versus steel, witch versus whatever poor bastard they've thrown against her. The crowd's reactions rise and fall like waves, cheers when blood flows, boos when the action slows, gasps at spectacular displays of power. Then, suddenly, silence. We wait. All three of us straining to hear something, anything that might tell us the outcome. The crowd noise continues. Discussion, excitement, the sound of bets being settled, but no announcement of victory, no triumphant return. When the guards' footsteps echo back down the corridor, they're alone. Cleanup's going to take a while, one of them says to his companion as they pass our cells. Witch turned half the sand to glass before the Naga got her. Spectacular death, though. Crowd loved it. My hands form hard fists. Vyra. Gone. Just like that, another life snuffed out for entertainment. Another warrior reduced to a stain on the arena sand. The broken orc's whimpering gets louder. She fought well, Kresh says quietly, and there's genuine respect in his voice. Better than most. I touch the hidden charm against my chest, thinking of Forla somewhere up there in the crowd, forced to watch these horrors while maintaining her disguise. How is she bearing it? How is she keeping herself together while people she might have called friends are dying for sport? The guards return an hour later. Orc! The key rattles in the lock. You're up! This is it. The main event. Not some preliminary match against broken criminals, but the real thing. Against Rofan, the legendary minotaur who's killed dozens of fighters and never lost a match. I stand slowly, my joints protesting after days of confinement. Kresh watches me with those unreadable yellow eyes. Remember what I told you about his fighting style, the Naga says. Low charges, uses his horns like spears, and he feels no pain. The madness has taken that from him. I remember. The broken orc looks up at me with hollow eyes. Don't die brave, he whispers. Die smart. The guards chain my wrists, but loosely. They need me able to fight. The corridor leading up to the arena stretches before me like a throat leading to some great beast's belly. In the staging area, they give me weapons. A proper sword this time, not the rusted blade from my first fight, and a small shield. Better than I'd hoped for, but still nothing compared to my lost axe. "Special treat today, Orc," one of the guards grins. "You're fighting the champion. Crowd's been waiting weeks for this." Through the gate, I can hear Gospar's voice building the spectacle. "Undefeated champion of our arena. 43 victories and counting. The beast of legend himself." The crowd roars its approval, a sound like thunder that seems to shake the very stones. And challenging him today, fresh from the northern wastes, Iron Tusk clan warrior. My turn. The gates swing open, and I step into blazing sunlight, sand shifting beneath my feet. The arena is packed, every seat filled with people hungry for blood. And there, in the expensive boxes, I catch a small glimpse of a hooded figure who makes my heart skip. Forla. She's here. She's watching. I have to survive this. Whatever it takes, I have to live through what's coming. The opposite gate opens with a grinding of metal, and Rofon emerges. He's massive, even bigger than I expected. 8 feet of muscle and horn and barely contained rage, his bull-like head swinging back and forth as if seeking something to destroy. His eyes, gods. His eyes are completely mad. There's nothing left in them but endless fury and bloodlust. The crowd goes absolutely wild, chanting his name, screaming for violence. And then, without warning, Rofon turns toward the stands. His massive fist lashes out, catching a spectator in the front row, some merchant who'd leaned too far forward, eager for a better view. The man's head simply disappears. Blood sprays across the crowd, and his body topples forward into the arena. For a moment, there's stunned silence, then nervous laughter from some sections, confused murmurs from others. Many in the crowd seem to think it's part of the show, some elaborate piece of theater. But the guards know better. I can see them scrambling, shouting orders, trying to figure out how to regain control without getting close enough to become the Minotaur's next victims. Rofon licks the blood from his knuckles and turns toward me. Our eyes meet across the sand, mad beast and desperate warrior, and the arena holds its breath. This is no longer entertainment. This is life and death in its purest form. The Minotaur lowers his head, horns gleaming in the afternoon sun, and stamps once with his massive hooves. I raise my sword and shield, muscles coiled to spring.
This huge orc brings out the animal in me.
In a world where humans have been driven underground, living like rats is the only way to stay safe from the marauding orcs.
All my life, my only job has been to make sure I have enough to eat.
These orcs of the Burning Sun clan will vow to keep their human mates safe.
There is a nobleness to these giant savages, alpha male warriors who will protect their women at all costs.
Get this complete series of books following the Burning Sun clan for 70% off. Each book is a full-length monster romance that features a giant orc with eyes for his beloved, curvy human. Happily ever after guaranteed.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
This bundle will show you that size really does matter.
Chapter 16. Forla. The arena holds its breath. Below in the sand, Thoktar and Rofan face each other like statues carved from violence itself. The Minotaur's massive frame dwarfs my love, all 8 feet of muscle and horn and barely contained madness. Blood still drips from his knuckles where he casually murdered that spectator, and his eyes. Gods, his eyes hold nothing but endless rage. Thoktar looks so small beside him, too thin, too wounded, too human despite his orcish strength. The sword in his hands might as well be a toothpick for all the good it will do against that monster. Magnificent, isn't he? The woman beside me, some merchant's wife, leans forward eagerly. 43 kills and counting. I've got 50 silver on him finishing the orc in under 5 minutes. I force myself to nod, to smile like I'm not watching the man I love prepare to die. Quite the spectacle. My hands clench in my lap, hidden beneath my expensive cloak. Every fibre of my being screams to run down there, to throw myself between them, to do something other than sit here playing the role of entertainer while Thoktar faces this nightmare alone. But Nazim's plan requires patience, timing, and trust that Thoktar can survive long enough for us to act. Around me, the crowd grows restless. They want blood, want action, want to see their champion tear apart fresh meat. The betting is fierce, most backing Rofan for a quick kill. A few optimists wagering on the orc lasting more than 10 minutes. None of them bet on Thoktar winning. Why would they? He's facing a legend. In Gospar's box, the arena master raises his hand. Begin! Rofan moves like a landslide. The Minotaur's charge shakes the ground, his hooves thundering against the sand as he lowers those massive horns. Thoktar dives aside at the last possible moment, the horn tips missing him by inches. The crowd roars approval. They love it when prey fights back. Rofan wheels around with surprising grace for something so large, already launching into another attack. This time Thoktar's ready, his shield coming up to deflect a crushing blow from the Minotaur's fist. The impact sends him skidding backward, but he keeps his feet. "Dance, little orc!" Someone shouts from the stands. "Make it interesting!" My nails dig into my palms hard enough to draw blood. This isn't entertainment. This is torture. Watching Thoktar fight for his life while 1,000 voices cheer for his death is more agony than anything I endured as a slave. Beside me, Nazim shifts slightly. His hood conceals his expression, but I see the tension in his coiled muscles. He's studying the arena, the guards, the crowd flow, mapping our route for when the time comes. Because it will come. Whatever happens down there, we're getting Thoktar out, even if I have to burn this whole place to the ground. Rofan swings a massive fist, and Thoktar barely ducks under it. The Minotaur's follow-up knee catches him in the ribs, lifting him off his feet and sending him flying. He hits the arena wall hard enough to crack stone, then slides down into the sand. "Get up," I whisper, too quietly for anyone to hear. "Please get up." He does, spitting blood but still moving, still fighting. The crowd boos. They wanted that to be the end. Wanted to see bones break and organs rupture. "Tough little bastard," the merchant's wife observes. "Might last 6 minutes after all." Thoktar circles now, keeping his distance, using his speed advantage. Smart. But he can't run forever, and every exchange chips away at his strength, while Rofan seems inexhaustible. The Minotaur charges again, and this time Thoktar doesn't dodge. Instead, he drops low, sword flashing up toward Rofan's belly. The blade finds flesh, drawing a line of crimson across the champion's abdomen, and the crowd goes wild. "First blood!" Gospar's amplified voice booms across the arena. "The orc draws first blood!" But Rofan doesn't even seem to notice the wound. If anything, the pain just makes him angrier. He backhands Thoktar across the arena like swatting a fly, and this time my love doesn't get up quite as quickly. I scan the arena's security layout while trying to look like I'm just caught up in the spectacle. 6 guards at the main entrances, 4 more positioned around the arena floor, 2 flanking Gospar's box. During a normal fight, their attention would be on crowd control, watching for pickpockets and troublemakers. But this isn't a normal fight. Half the guards are focused entirely on Rofan, clearly nervous about his earlier display of random violence. That leaves gaps. Opportunities. Nazim catches my eye and nods almost imperceptibly. He's spotted them too. Down in the sand, Thoktar rolls away from another crushing stomp that would have pulverized his skull. He's bleeding from a dozen small cuts now, his movements a little slower, a little less precise. But he's still fighting, still thinking, still refusing to just lie down and die for these animals. "Come on, orc!" A drunk man yells. Fight like you mean it. If only they knew. If only they understood what honour looks like, what real courage means. Thoktar is facing certain death, and still he holds to his principles. Still he fights clean, while his opponent is a mindless engine of destruction. Rofan's next charge catches Thoktar off guard. Those massive arms wrap around the orc's torso, lifting him from his feet in a crushing bear hug. I can hear ribs creaking from here, see the pain etched across Thoktar's face as the Minotaur's strength threatens to snap his spine. The crowd is on its feet now, screaming for the kill, but Thoktar still has his sword. He drives the pommel down between Rofan's horns, once, twice, 3 times. Not enough to seriously wound, but enough to make the Minotaur loosen his grip. Thoktar slips free and staggers back, gasping. Smart, I breathe. My heart is hammering so hard I'm surprised the entire arena can't hear it. Stay smart. They circle each other again, predator and prey, though I'm no longer entirely sure which is which. Rofan has the size and strength and unstoppable fury, but Thoktar has something the Minotaur lost long ago, the ability to think, to plan, to adapt. Now, Nazim murmurs, so quietly only I can hear. Not yet. I watch the guards, counting their positions, timing their movements. Wait for... Rofan lunges forward with a roar that shakes the arena walls. Thoktar sidesteps, but this time he doesn't retreat. Instead, he pivots, using the Minotaur's momentum against him, and drives his shoulder into Rofan's knee. There's a wet, cracking sound, and suddenly the unstoppable champion is limping. The crowd's cheers falter slightly. This isn't going according to script. Their invincible monster is supposed to dominate, not struggle against some half-starved orc gladiator. But Rofan's injury just makes him wilder. He swings his fists like clubs, no longer caring about technique or precision, just raw, animalistic fury seeking something to destroy. One of those wild swings connects with Thoktar's shield, shattering it completely and sending him sprawling. The Minotaur follows up immediately, trying to crush his opponent beneath those massive hooves. Thoktar rolls desperately, sand flying, each stomp missing him by inches. But he's tiring, slowing, and Rofan is relentless despite his injured knee. A hoof clips Thoktar's shoulder, spinning him around and leaving him stunned for a crucial moment. Rofan sees the opening and pounces, tackling the orc to the ground with bone-jarring force. The crowd explodes in bloodthirsty celebration. This is what they came to see, their champion pinning his prey, preparing for the killing blow. But something's wrong. As the seconds tick by, Rofan doesn't deliver the final strike. He just holds Thoktar down, his massive chest heaving, those mad eyes staring down at his captive with something that almost looks like confusion. "What's he waiting for?" the merchant's wife demands. "Finish him." That's when I see it. Thoktar's lips are moving, saying something only Rofan can hear. The Minotaur's head tilts slightly, as if straining to understand words that should be impossible to comprehend. "Now," I whisper to Nazim. He nods and stands abruptly, shoving the drunk man beside him. "Watch where you're putting your hands, you pig!" "I didn't touch you," the drunk protests. "Liar!" Nazim shoves him harder, and the man stumbles into the row behind him, spilling wine across an expensively dressed woman. "My dress!" she shrieks, turning on the drunk with fury. "You clumsy oaf!" "It wasn't me, it was the snake." And just like that, the carefully orchestrated brawl begins. Fists start flying, voices rise in anger, and within moments half the section is embroiled in chaos. Guards start moving toward the disturbance, shouting for order. Perfect. I rise from my seat and begin moving toward the arena floor, just another concerned patron trying to escape the violence. No one notices me slip past the distracted guards, down the service stairs that lead to the holding areas. But as I reach the edge of the arena level, I pause for one last look at the sand below. Thoktar still has Rofan pinned beneath him somehow, the massive orc's struggles growing weaker.
Chapter 17. Thoktar. I never thought I'd meet an orc enslaved to the dark elves. The words cracked something behind Rofan's eyes, a flash of recognition, of memory breaking through madness like sunlight through storm clouds. His massive fist, poised to crush my skull, trembles and slowly lowers. What did you? He shakes his head violently, as if trying to dislodge something. Then his eyes clear, and for the first time, I see the warrior he used to be. No more! The orc explodes off me with a roar that shakes the arena walls. Guards rush toward us, and Rofan meets them like a landslide. Bodies fly, bones crack, and suddenly the sand is painted red with more than gladiator blood. I roll to my feet as chaos erupts. The crowd screams, not in bloodlust now, but in terror as their champion turns on his masters. Spectators trample each other, racing for exits, while Rofan carves a path of destruction toward Gosper's box. Thoktar! Forla appears at the arena entrance, blood splattered across her merchant disguise, Nazim beside her with his claws extended and dripping. Move! No time for reunions. Guards are already regrouping, crossbows raised. I sprint toward them as bolts whistle past my head, one so close it burns the air by my ear. Behind me, Rofan's roar cuts off abruptly, Gosper's death cry following a heartbeat later. Kresh emerges into the arena holding the head of a dark elf guard, yellow eyes blazing with murderous joy. He hurls the head a guard running toward him. It strikes him on his forehead, and the guard drops onto the bloody sand. Run! I yell, and we do. Fast. We explode into Eelry streets like a pack of rabid wolves. Stop them! The cry goes up behind us. Gosper's lieutenant, his face purple with rage. 50 gold for the orc! Rofan emerges beside us, his massive form still dripping with dark elf blood. This way, he rumbles, and charges down the main street like a battering ram. Citizens scatter before him, screaming. Instantly the street transforms. Those who don't flee see walking coin purses. A blacksmith lunges at me with his hammer raised, but Rofan's fist takes the man's head clean off. Blood fountains across the cobblestones. Left! Nazim hisses, his hood flaring as he spots archers on the rooftops. Rofan charges ahead, his presence clearing our path of anyone stupid enough to stand in the way. Arrows rain down like deadly hail. One buries itself in the wall beside my head. Another punches through a fleeing woman's shoulder. One buries itself in the wall beside my head. Another punches through a fleeing woman's shoulder. She screams and falls, and the crowd panics, surging in all directions. A merchant swings a meat cleaver at Forla's back. I catch his wrist and twist until something snaps. He drops, clutching his broken arm and shrieking. More guards pour from side streets. Steel rings against steel as we fight our way through the press of bodies. The broken orc stumbles, and I haul him upright, just as a spear thrust would have taken his head off. There! A crossbow bolt punches into Kresh's shoulder, spinning him around. Green blood spatters the stones, but the Naga keeps moving, his claws opening the throat of the shooter as we pass. The streets narrow, forcing us single file. Behind us, the pursuit sounds like thunder. Dozens of boots, shouted orders, the baying of tracking hounds. They're gaining. A fishmonger tries to trip Forla with his pole. Nazim's tail whips around, catching the man across the temple. He drops like a sack of grain, his skull cracking against the stone. Faster! We're running flat out now, lungs burning, legs screaming. The broken orc gasps behind us, but terror keeps him moving. A thrown knife whispers past my ear. Another clangs off Nasim's scales. A blast comes from above, and Kresh suddenly staggers, his yellow eyes going wide. Something's wrong. The bolt of magic takes Kresh center mass, and the Naga's scream cuts off mid-hiss as the spell eats through his scales like acid. I look up to see a dark elf with crimson hair and a large smile on his face. Kresh! The proud warrior who survived months in Gospar's hell dies in seconds, his body crumbling to ash that the harbor wind scatters across the cobblestones. When I look up, the crimson-haired dark elf has vanished like smoke. "No time!" Nazim roars, grabbing my arm as I start toward where our friend fell. "He's gone!" More guards pour into the street. We have to move or we'll all be ash on the wind. "This way." Nazim veers sharply into an alley so narrow, our shoulders scrape the walls. Crossbow bolts spark off stone where we were standing seconds ago. Behind us, curses and the sound of men too large for the passage. But ahead the alley ends in a blank wall. "I will hold them, once I clear a path of their dead bodies. Run," Rofan says. "No, here," Nazim says, as his claws find purchase on seemingly smooth stone, pressing in a sequence I can't follow. "Quickly!" A section of wall swings inward just as the first crossbow bolt takes flight. We throw ourselves through the opening as quarrels smash into stone where our heads had been. Nazim slams the door shut. Hidden mechanisms click and grind. Outside, voices explode in fury. "I swear to the deceiver I saw them turn in here," a dark elf says. "If we've lost them, you will lose your head," a dark elf captain says. In the darkness, we huddle together, hearts hammering, lungs burning. The broken orc whimpers, and somewhere above us, angry voices fade as the search moves on. But all I can think about is Kresh, proud, fierce Kresh, reduced to scattered ash because he helped us escape. "The harbor," Nazim whispers finally, his voice thick with grief. "This tunnel leads to the boats. But we will wait until tomorrow." I reach out in the blackness and find Forla's hand. Her fingers are sticky with someone else's blood, but they're warm and real and alive.
Chapter 18. Forla. The tunnel leads us through the bowels of Eelry like the throat of some great beast. Nazim moves ahead with the confidence of someone who's walked these passages many times, his serpentine form flowing through spaces that would challenge the rest of us. "Not much further," Nazim whispers, his forked tongue tasting the stale air. "Just ahead." The passage opens into a cavern carved from living rock, larger than I expected, and surprisingly well appointed. Barrels of ale sit stacked against one wall, alongside cured meats wrapped in oiled cloth, and clay jugs of what smells like clean water. Small alcoves have been carved into the walls, separate sleeping chambers, each barely large enough for one person, but offering privacy. "How long have you maintained this place?" I ask, already taking inventory of our supplies with my healer's instincts. "Years," Nazim replies. "Old smuggler's cash from when I was less reformed. We can stay here safely until morning. The entrance is warded against detection, and there are 3 other ways out if we need them." Thoktar sinks onto a simple stool, his body finally acknowledging the punishment it's taken. I can see the gash across his forearm from his arena fight, the way he favours his ribs. But he's alive. We're alive. A calm settles as Nazim pours each of us a mug of ale. The relief it brings is welcome. "More," Rofan says. The madness has left his eyes, but something haunted remains. "Of course, your help turned the day in our favour, my friend," Nazim says, pouring him another mugful. "Tell us, how did such a powerful and noble one end up as a dark elf plaything?" "Powerful I am, noble I am far from," Rofan replies, downing the fresh ale in one mouthful. "More." Nazim obliges. When he speaks, his voice carries the weight of old sorrows. "The fire run," he begins without preamble, as if speaking to the shadows rather than us. "Sacred trial of the Minotaur. Climb the volcano of Aegino. Take the lava. Prove your worth to the gods." None of us interrupt. There's something in his tone that demands silence. I raced against another Minotaur. Romus. The name comes out like a curse. Proud bastard, thought himself better than everyone. His massive hands clench into fists, knuckles still raw from the arena fights. He cheated. His voice drops to a growl. I woke to find both ships gone. Mine, his, sailing away together. Romus had convinced my crew to abandon me, left me on that cursed rock to die. My heart clenches. I know what abandonment feels like, what it means to be left behind by those who should protect you. The island, it does things to your mind. The spirits, the endless heat, the hunger. Years I spent there, fighting monsters, eating whatever I could catch. Years of madness, of rage, of planning what I'd do when I escaped. How did you get off? I ask softly. Demons. Rofan's laugh is bitter. The only race dumb enough to try and plunder Egino. By then I was more beast than minotaur. They took me, broke what was left of my sanity, and sold me to the dark elves. He looks up at us with eyes that have seen too much. I think of Thoktar in the arena, how his words pierced the minotaur's madness, how I saw the warrior he'd been beneath the monster they'd made him. Where is this Romus now? Thoktar asks. Miltar, Rofan says without hesitation. Most likely living the life of a hero. My villa claimed, my name stamped into mud. The Minotaur's eyes burn with cold fire. One day I will have my revenge. One day Romus will pay. The promise hangs, and I don't doubt he means every word. Nazim produces food from the stores. Dried meat, hard bread, cheese that's seen better days, but remains edible. We eat in contemplative silence, each lost in our own thoughts. The simple act of sharing a meal feels like luxury after the horrors of the arena. Rest, Nazim says eventually. I'll take first watch. The wards will hold, but prudence costs nothing. Nazim gestures toward the small rooms. Rofan chooses the one closest to the entrance, still a guard even in sanctuary. Nazim coils in the main chamber, his yellow eyes reflecting what little light remains. Thoktar takes my hand and leads me the room he has chosen for us. We lie down on the furs on the floor, his warmth radiating through the cool underground air. Fawla, he whispers. I'm here, I whisper back. In the dim light of the room, I can see everything I've been holding back reflected in his eyes. We've been through hell together, separately and side by side. We've faced death and betrayal and loss, but we've survived. We're here, together, alive. I thought I'd lost you, I breathe, moving closer to him. When they dragged you away, when I found Talia and Brom. I know. He reaches out, his fingers finding mine in the darkness. But you didn't. You found me. You saved me. We saved each other. His hand is warm in mine, calloused from weapons, but gentle in touch. When I was in those cells, he continues, when I thought I might never see you again, I held on to something. What? He releases my hand just long enough to pull out the small carved charm I made for him, still hidden beneath his shirt, where the guards never found it. You, he says simply, always you. My breath catches, and then I'm moving closer, my body drawn to his like iron to a lodestone. Our lips meet in the darkness, desperate and grateful, and full of all the words we haven't had time to speak. The kiss starts soft, grateful, almost reverent. Then it detonates. Thoktar's hand spears into my hair, twists until my scalp stings, and he drags my head back so hard my throat is a long, helpless line for his mouth. His tusks scrape my pulse, teeth sinking in just enough to bruise.
As much as Samara and I want to finish what these two characters have started, it looks like this chapter is about to get too hot for this platform to handle.
Unfortunately, we have to pause here because their guidelines won't allow us to reveal the spiciest details.
They keep bringing you these free audiobooks. We have to follow their rules.
But don't worry. You can experience the full, unabridged version over at worldsofprotheka.com, where the boundaries of passion and fantasy collide.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off any of our unabridged audiobooks set in the rich and immersive worlds of Protheka.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
With With these scenes, it will be unforgettable.
Outside the alcove, Rofan's snores and Nazim's soft hiss of breath remind us the world still exists. Inside, there is only the smell of sex, the taste of his seed on my tongue, and the delicious ache between my thighs that says I have been thoroughly, perfectly claimed.
Chapter 19. Thoktar. Dawn filters through the tunnel entrance like spilled milk, pale and cold against the stone. I wake with Forla in my arms, her breathing soft and steady against my chest. For a moment, just one precious moment, I let myself believe we're safe, that we can stay in this underground haven forever. But the real world presses in with the growing light. Nazim stirs in his alcove, scales scraping softly against rock, and the sound reminds me that we're still hunted. Still running. Time to go, Forla whispers against my chest. My arms tighten around her briefly before releasing. I know. We dress in the dim light, our movements quiet and efficient. The intimacy of the night before feels like a dream now, though I can still taste her on my lips, still feel the ghost of her touch. Rofan emerges from his chamber already armed, his massive frame filling the tunnel entrance as he tests the air. Clean, he rumbles. No pursuit yet. Nazim distributes what supplies we can carry. Dried meat, water skins, a few coins that might buy passage if we find honest merchants. His movements are sharp, economical, but I catch the tension in his coiled frame. Something's troubling him. The boats are moored in the old harbor, he says as we prepare to leave. Fishing vessels, nothing fancy, but they'll get us north along the coast. You sound uncertain, I observe. I am. Nazim's forked tongue flickers out, tasting something in the air I can't detect. But it's our only option. Stay close, and if I signal, run. The tunnel leading to the harbor is different from the one that brought us here. Narrower, older, with walls that weep moisture and strange symbols carved into the stone. Our footsteps echo softly in the confined space, and I find myself automatically taking point, my warrior instincts alert for any threat. The smell reaches us first. Smoke, char, and underneath it something else. Something that makes my Orshish senses recoil in disgust. Death. Burned flesh. The stench of deliberate cruelty. Nazim freezes ahead of us, his entire body going rigid. No, he whispers. No, no, no. We emerge from the tunnel into gray morning light, and the blood in my veins turns to ice. The harbor stretches before us, its waters dark with ash and debris. But dominating the scene is the ship, our escape route, burning like a massive funeral pyre in the middle of the bay. Orange flames lick at its masts, sending black smoke spiraling into the dawn sky. And hanging from those burning masts, gods, I breathe. Bodies swing in the morning breeze. Naga bodies, their serpentine forms charred and broken, suspended by chains that gleam red-hot in the fire's light. Even from this distance I can see they were burned alive. The way they're positioned, the deliberate cruelty of it makes my warrior's soul rage. Nazim makes a sound I've never heard before. Part hiss, part wail, part roar of pure anguish. It's the sound of a heart breaking. My people, he whispers. My hand finds Forla's, squeezing gently. I know that sound, that grief. I felt it when I thought my clan was lost forever. Touching, isn't it? The voice cuts through the morning air like a blade, cultured and cold. We spin to find dark elves emerging from concealment behind shipping containers and coiled rope. 30 of them, armored in black leather and bearing weapons that gleam with their own malevolent light. Their captain steps forward, tall, pale, with silver hair pulled back in a warrior's knot. His smile is a predator's expression, all teeth and promised violence. I am Captain Morwolf, and I am here to take you into custody, Morwolf says. And you, my fine lady, he grins at Forla, up the buttocks. Go screw yourself, I snarl, my hand moving to my sword. The familiar weight of steel soothes the rage building in my chest. Charming. I can see why the arena crowds found you. Disappointing. Moorwolf's smile widens. No matter. We'll break that spirit again soon enough. The dark elves spread out in practiced formation, cutting off our escape routes. Magic begins to gather around their hands, crackling energy that makes the air taste of copper and ash. I've seen this before. They mean to take us alive, break us slowly. Not happening. Take them, Moorwolf commands. Everything explodes into motion. I draw my sword as the first dark elf closes with me, his curved blade whistling through the air. I sidestep, letting his momentum carry him past, then drive my pommel into the base of his skull. He drops like a stone. To my left, a dark elf lunges at Forla, clearly assuming she's the weak link. But she's not the terrified slave who once hid in barns anymore. She drops, rolls, and comes up with a knife, driving it up under his ribs with surgical precision. Pride surges through me even as I parry another strike. My woman, my fierce, beautiful woman, has become a warrior. Rofan wades into the melee like a gravitational force of nature, his fists crushing bone and tearing through dark elf armor. We fight back to back, our combined fury keeping 3 enemies at bay. But it's Nasim who truly terrifies. His grief has transformed him into something primal, his claws tearing through armor like parchment. A dark elf tries to flank me while I'm engaged with another. I duck under his swing and drive my elbow into his solar plexus, doubling him over. My knee meets his descending face with a wet crunch. "The woman!" Moorwolf shouts, dark magic gathering around his fingers as he targets Forla. "She's—" Rage explodes through me. I grab a fallen dagger and hurl it with all my strength. It takes him in the shoulder, spinning him around and sending his spell wild. The magic scorches stone instead of flesh. "Touch her and die!" I roar, advancing on the dark elf lieutenant with murder in my eyes. Moorwolf snarls, pulling the blade free and letting his own blood drip onto the ground. Where it touches stone, shadows writhe and grow. You'll all burn like the serpents. But we're beyond fear now. I've seen what they do to prisoners, what they did to Nasim's people. There's no surrender here, only victory or death. I see Forla throw her knife at the last dark elf trying to flank Rofan. Her aim isn't perfect, she's no trained warrior, but it strikes his thigh and sends him stumbling into the Minotaur's reach. Rofan's hands close around the elf's head with a wet crack. Moorwolf finds himself alone, bleeding, surrounded by the corpses of his squad. His pale face has gone ashen, but his eyes still burn with fanatic hatred. "Nothing but a bunch of dirty freaks," he snarls. Nazim's claws take his head clean off. Captain Moorwolf's body topples backward, blood fountaining from the severed neck. Silence falls over the harbor, broken only by the crackling of the burning ship and the distant cries of seabirds. I stand among the bodies, adrenaline still coursing through my veins, and immediately check on Forla. She stands among the corpses, her hands shaking now that the battle's over, dark blood staining her clothes and skin. But she's alive. She's whole. "Forla!" My voice comes out softer than intended. "Are you hurt?" She looks down at herself. Cuts, bruises, someone else's blood. I'm alive. "You fought like a warrior," Rofan says, and there's genuine respect in his voice. "Well done." My chest swells with pride. She's come so far from the frightened woman who nursed my wounds in that barn. Now she stands among fallen enemies, bloodied but unbroken. But Nasim stares at the burning ship, grief etched into every line of his serpentine features. They died because they helped us. They died because dark elves are monsters, Forla says firmly. Their blood is on our enemies' hands, not ours. He nods slowly, but I can sense the guilt will stay with him. Some wounds never fully heal. I know that better than most. Our escape route is gone, I observe, stating the obvious but needing to voice it. Yes. Nazim turns away from the harbor, his voice hollow. The boats, The safe houses, the contacts, all compromised. We need to get away from the coast entirely. Where? Forla asks. The hills. He points toward the rolling highlands that stretch inland from Eelry, their peaks lost in morning mist. Cold country, hard traveling, but the Dark Elves prefer coastal operations. In the mountains we might find sanctuary. I look at those distant hills, gray and forbidding, promising hardship and uncertainty. But they also promise freedom from the nightmare of the arena, from the chains that have bound us all. And more importantly, they offer a path toward my brothers, toward the clan sanctuary in northern Reach. Then we climb, Forla says before I can speak. Her determination strengthens my own resolve. We'll face whatever comes together. We gather what supplies we can from the dead Dark Elves, coins, weapons, a few travel rations. It feels like grave robbing, but survival overrides sentiment. The hills won't care about our moral qualms. As we leave the harbor behind, I take one last look at the burning ship. Somewhere in those flames lie the dreams of easy passage, of simple escape. Now there's only the hard road ahead, steep climbs, bitter cold, and the constant threat of pursuit.
Chapter 20. Forla. The coastal winds give way to something harsher as we climb into the hills of Reach. What started as a gentle breeze becomes a cutting gale that slices through our clothes like knives. I pull my cloak tighter, but it's threadbare fabric meant for summer days, not this bitter cold that seems to seep into my very bones. Storm coming, Rofan rumbles, his massive frame somehow more resistant to the chill than the rest of us. Dark clouds gather on the horizon, moving faster than seems natural. How much farther to shelter? Thoktar asks Nazim, who's been leading us along what he claims are old smuggler routes. There should be caves ahead, Nazim replies, but uncertainty colours his voice. If memory serves. If memory serves. Not exactly confidence-inspiring when the first fat raindrops begin to fall, cold as ice against my skin. Within minutes, the gentle rainfall becomes a deluge. Water streams down the rocky hillsides, turning paths into treacherous rivers of mud. My feet slip and slide with every step, and more than once I have to grab Thoktar's arm to keep from tumbling down the slope. There, Nazim points to a dark opening in the hillside. Cave. We stumble toward it, soaked and shivering. The cave is shallow but dry, barely large enough for the four of us to huddle together. I press against Thoktar's warmth while the storm rages outside, lightning illuminating the landscape in stark, violent flashes. This isn't natural weather, I murmur, watching the way the rain seems to fall upward at times, defying gravity. Nothing about these hills is natural, Nazim agrees darkly. Reach has old magic in its bones, the kind that doesn't like strangers. That first night sets the pattern for what follows. 3 days of brutal travel through terrain that seems designed to break us. The weather shifts without warning, blazing heat that has us gasping for breath one moment, then bitter cold that numbs our fingers the next. Rain turns to sleet, turns to snow, all in the space of an hour. But it's not just the weather that troubles me. There are sounds in the darkness that make no sense. Howls that rise and fall like human voices, but no human throat could sustain those notes. Scratching against stone that suggests claws, but claws larger than any beast I know. And underneath it all, a constant whisper that might be wind through rock formations, or might be something else entirely. On the second night, I wake to find glowing eyes watching us from the darkness beyond our small fire. They're too high off the ground to be wolves, too widely spaced to belong to any creature I recognise. When I nudge Thoktar awake, the eyes vanish, leaving only the memory of malevolent intelligence. "What did you see?" he whispers. "I don't know. Something that shouldn't exist." We find tracks the next morning, footprints in the muddy ground that look almost human, except they're twice the size of Rofan's massive feet and have too many toes. Nazim studies them with growing unease. Hill wraiths, he murmurs. Haven't seen sign of them in decades. They usually avoid travellers. What changed? I ask, though I suspect I already know the answer. Us. We're being hunted, and it's stirring up things that should stay sleeping. The third day brings new horrors. We're climbing a narrow ridge when something screams from the peaks above us, a sound like metal tearing, but with an organic wetness that makes my skin crawl. Rock slides follow, forcing us to scramble for cover as boulders crash down the mountainside. Not natural, Thoktar pants as we huddle against an outcrop. Those rocks were aimed at us. He's right. The pattern is too precise, too targeted. Something up there is intelligent enough to try to crush us, and coordinated enough to nearly succeed. Our supplies dwindle rapidly. The dried meat Nazim packed is running low, and the water we've found in mountain streams tastes wrong, metallic and bitter, like it's been tainted by whatever dark magic infests these hills. I do what I can with my healing herbs, treating cuts and bruises and the constant ache of exhaustion, but my knowledge only goes so far. By the fourth day, we're all showing the strain. Thoktar's limp is more pronounced, his arena injuries never fully healed, and the harsh travel has reopened old wounds. Rofan's breathing is laboured, and I catch him favouring his right arm. Even Nazim, with his serpentine grace, moves with painful deliberation. Worse than the physical toll is what the constant fear does to our spirits. We snap at each other over minor things, which direction to take, how to ration the remaining food, whose turn it is to take watch. The stress of being hunted, of facing the unknown, wears at us like water against stone. We need shelter, I say on the evening of the fourth day. Real shelter, not just another cave, somewhere we can rest properly. Agreed. Nazim nods. There should be an old way station ahead. Abandoned, but it might still have a roof. The way station, when we finally reach it, is little more than ruins, 3 stone walls and part of a roof, but it blocks the wind and gives us our first real respite in days. We gather what dry wood we can find and build a proper fire. For a moment, as I watch the flames dance and feel warmth seep back into my bones, I almost let myself relax. The constant scratching and howling seems distant tonight. The strange tracks we've been following have become scarce. Maybe whatever's been stalking us has finally lost interest. I'm tending to a cut on Thoktar's arm when the attack comes. They burst from the darkness without warning, shapes that seem to pour from the very shadows themselves. In the flickering firelight, they look like demons given flesh, twisted faces with too many teeth, eyes that burn like coals, claws that glisten wet and black. My scream dies in my throat as terror freezes my blood. These aren't the supernatural horrors we've been fleeing. They're something worse. Something that wears the masks of nightmares while moving with deadly human purpose. The first creature, no, not creature, I realise with mounting horror, man wearing a monster's face, leaps over our fire straight at Nazim. Steel flashes in the darkness as weapons catch the light. More shapes pour through the broken walls, their grotesque masks making them seem like things crawled up from the underworld itself. Thoktar shoves me behind him as he draws his sword, but I can just see the exhaustion in his movements, the way his wounded arm trembles with effort. Rofan roars and charges the nearest attacker, but there are just too many, coming from all directions at once. Their faces, each one more horrific than the last. Fanged maws dripping painted blood, hollow eye sockets, twisted horns and writhing tentacles that move as if alive in the dancing firelight.
Chapter 21. Thoktar. The masked bandits move like pack hunters, coordinating their attack with deadly precision. Steel rings against steel as I parry a curved blade aimed at my throat, the impact jarring through my wounded arm. Behind me, Forla scrambles for her knife while Rofan's roar shakes the ruined walls. "Nazim!" I shout as 3 bandits converge on our Naga ally. their grotesque masks making them look like demons in the firelight. But these aren't supernatural horrors. They're human predators who've learned that fear is as useful a weapon as any blade. The bandit facing me grins behind his fanged mask, revealing normal human teeth stained with berry juice to complete the illusion. His sword work is skilled but predictable, trained rather than intuitive. I give ground, drawing him away from Forla, then pivot and drive my pommel into his temple. He drops like a stone. Across the ruined way station, Rofon fights like the force of nature he is. His massive fists crush bone and tear through leather armor, scattering bodies like chaff. But even his overwhelming strength can't be everywhere at once. A scream cuts through the battle noise, not pain but rage. Nazim has wrapped around one of his attackers, his powerful coils crushing ribs while his claws open the bandit's throat. Green blood flows from wounds across the Naga's serpentine body, but his yellow eyes burn with lethal fury. "Behind you!" Forla shouts. I duck as a mace whistles overhead, then lunge forward, my sword finding the gap in my attacker's armor. He gasps, blood frothing at his lips, then topples backward into the fire. His mask catches flame, revealing a young face, barely more than a boy beneath the monster's disguise. The sight hits me harder than it should. These are desperate people, driven to banditry by the same cruel world that scattered my clan. But desperation doesn't make them less dangerous. "We need to break out!" Rofon bellows, laying about him with tree trunk arms. "Too many of them." He's right. For every bandit we drop, 2 more seem to pour from the darkness. Their leader, distinguishable by his elaborate horned mask and silver-chased armor, directs the attack with tactical skill that speaks of military training. "The Naga first!" the leader shouts. "He's worth the most!" Worth the most. Slavers, then, or bounty hunters selling to slavers. My blood runs cold as I realize what we're facing. Not random bandits, but professionals who see us as valuable cargo. Nazim hisses in pain as a net drops over his serpentine form, weighted with lead and woven with thin wire that cuts into his scales. More nets fly from the darkness, and I barely dodge one meant for me. "Run!" Nazim screams, thrashing against the entangling mesh. "Get Forla out of here!" "We don't leave our own!" I snarl back, cutting toward him through the press of bodies. But more bandits pour into the way station. 1 dozen. 2 dozen. This isn't a random attack. It's a coordinated raid by a large, well-equipped band. The leader raises his hand, and suddenly the air fills with sleep magic darts. One takes Rofon in the shoulder. The massive minotaur staggers, his movements becoming sluggish as poison courses through his veins. Another dart whistles past my ear as I grab Forla's hand. "We have to go," she gasps, understanding flooding her eyes as she sees the tactical situation. Nazim's right. If they take all of us. I hate it. Hate leaving a comrade behind. Hate abandoning the Naga who's risked everything to help us. But Forla's survival matters more than my warrior's pride, and staying means we all get taken. "This way!" I roar, charging toward the weakest point in their line. 2 bandits with crossbows who've been hanging back. My sword opens the first one from shoulder to hip before he can reload. The second scrambles backward, fumbling for his sidearm. Rofon follows, shaking off the sleep poison through sheer bloody-minded stubbornness. His fist caves in the second crossbowman's chest, then he grabs burning wood from our fire and hurls it at the nearest cluster of enemies. The distraction gives us our opening. We burst from the way station into the cold night air, pursuit thundering behind us. Nazim's anguished cries echo from the ruins, but we can't look back. "The ridge!" Forla shouts, pointing toward a narrow path that winds up the hillside. "They can't follow mounted!" We scramble up the rocky slope, loose stones skittering beneath our feet. Behind us, shouts of frustration as the bandits realize their quarry is escaping. A few crossbow bolts spark off stone where we were seconds ago. "Should we circle back?" Rofon pants as we reach a ledge high above the way station. "Try to free him?" I want to say yes. Every instinct screams to return, to rescue the friend who's already risked so much for us. But cool tactical assessment wars with loyalty, and Forla's hand in mine reminds me what I have to protect. No, I force myself to say. Too many of them, and they'll be expecting it. Nazim's tough. If anyone can survive capture and escape later, it's him. The words taste like ashes, but they're true. Nazim survived years as a slaver before reforming his ways. He knows how these people think, how they operate. If there's a chance for escape, he'll find it. Below us, torches move through the ruins as the bandits secure their prize and tend their wounded. We count at least 20 figures, more than we could have fought even at full strength. The leader's voice drifts up to us, sharp with satisfaction. Package him carefully. The dark elves pay extra for live Nagas, and this one's in good condition despite the scars. My hands transform into fists. Dark elves again. Everything traces back to those pale bastards and their slave markets. But knowing who's ultimately responsible doesn't change our situation. We move higher into the hills, putting distance between ourselves and the bandit camp. The cold bites at exposed skin, and exhaustion weighs on all of us like lead cloaks. But we're alive, we're free, and we still have each other. There, Rofon points to a distant glow on the horizon. Lights, settlement of some kind. I squint into the darkness, making out the faint twinkle of what might be windows or fires. It's too far to tell much, but it represents hope, shelter, warmth, perhaps passage away from this cursed wilderness. How far? Forla asks, leaning heavily against my side. Few hours' walk, maybe more in this terrain. I wrap my arm around her, sharing what warmth I can. We'll move at first light, when we can see the path clearly. We find shelter in a shallow cave, little more than an overhang, but enough to block the wind. No fire tonight. The light would draw unwanted attention. Instead, we huddle together for warmth, taking turns on watch while the others try to sleep. As I stare out into the darkness during my watch, I think about Nazim. Proud, reformed, driven by guilt to help others avoid his own mistakes. Now he's paying the price for that redemption, dragged back into the world he tried to escape. We'll find a way to help him, Forla whispers, apparently reading my thoughts. Maybe. I don't want to make promises I can't keep. But first, we survive. First, we get to that settlement and figure out our next move. She nods against my shoulder, her breathing gradually slowing toward sleep. Rofon snores softly from his corner, the Minotaur's massive frame somehow fitting into the cramped space. The settlement's lights still twinkle in the distance, a beacon of hope in the hostile darkness. Tomorrow we'll reach it, find out what kind of people live there, see if they're friend or foe. But tonight, we grieve for the friend we couldn't save.
Chapter 22. Forla. The village spreads below us like a wound that refuses to close. Its crooked houses huddled against the rocky coastline where grey waves gnaw at black stone. After 3 days of walking through empty hills, the sight should bring relief. Instead, my stomach clenches with the same dread I felt watching Talia and Brom's lifeless eyes stare at nothing. Thoktar grunts beside me, shifting his weight to favour his injured ribs. Finally, civilization. But there's something wrong with the way the village sits against the shore. The houses lean inland, their backs turned to the sea like they're afraid of what might crawl out of the waves. Fishing nets hang between buildings in impossible tangles, stretched like spiderwebs across narrow alleys, and beneath the salt tang of ocean air lies something else, the sweet sick smell of meat left too long in the sun. At least they have boats, Rofan says, his deep voice carrying hope for the first time since we fled the arena. His massive frame towers over us both, but even he seems diminished by the strange emptiness of the place. We pick our way down the rocky path, loose stones skittering ahead of us like fleeing insects. The village appears completely deserted. No smoke from chimneys, no voices calling across courtyards, no children playing in the narrow streets. Yet I can't shake the feeling that we're being watched from every dark window, every shadowed doorway. A weathered wooden sign leans drunkenly beside what might once have been a proper gate. The letters are carved deep, filled with something dark that might be tar or dried blood. Penmorva. Below it, smaller words in a script that makes my eyes water when I try to focus on them. Penmorva, I whisper, tasting the name like medicine gone bad. The first street we enter runs parallel to the shore, but every door faces inland as if the sea is something to be ignored rather than embraced. Fishbones lie scattered in deliberate patterns between the cobblestones, spirals and crosses and shapes that seem to shift when I'm not looking directly at them. The bones are bleached white, picked clean, but they're fresh enough that they should still stink. Instead, they smell like nothing at all, as if the scent has been carefully removed. Nets hang everywhere, not just between houses but draped over windowsills, stretched across doorways, bundled in corners like sleeping animals. They're not ordinary fishing nets either. The mesh is too fine, the knots too complex, and when the wind catches them they whisper like voices sharing secrets. "Where is everyone?" Thoktar asks, his hand drifting to his axe handle. As if summoned by his words, curtains twitch in the windows above us. A pale face appears for an instant at a second-story window, then vanishes so quickly I might have imagined it. But the feeling of being watched intensifies, pressing against my skull like fever. We move deeper into the village, our footsteps echoing off stone walls that weep with moisture despite the dry afternoon air. The houses grow larger as we approach what must be the village centre, their rooflines decorated with carved fish that seem to writhe in my peripheral vision. Every alley we pass exhales the sound of whispers, conversations conducted in voices too low to understand. A cat slinks across our path. At least I think it's a cat until I see how it moves, its joints bending in directions that make my bones ache in sympathy. It pauses to stare at us with eyes like green glass, then flows away into the shadows with liquid grace. Seabirds perch on the rooftops above us, but they don't call or cry or move the way birds should. They simply watch with heads tilted at unnatural angles, their beaks hanging open as if they're trying to taste our scent on the wind. "This place feels wrong," I murmur, stepping closer to Thoktar's warmth. "Everywhere feels wrong lately," he replies, but his voice carries the same unease that's crawling up my spine like cold fingers. The village centre opens before us, a circular plaza paved with stones that spiral inward toward a well. But it's not water that fills the well. Something dark and thick laps at the stone rim, and the sound it makes is like gentle sobbing. As we stand there, uncertain whether to advance or retreat, doors begin to open. They emerge slowly, one by one, the people of Penmorva. An old woman from the largest house, her movements careful and precise as if she's walking on ice. A younger man from a doorway to our left, his arms hanging at strange angles. Children who might be 7 or 17. It's impossible to tell because their faces carry an ancient weariness that belongs to neither age. "Travellers," the old woman calls, her voice carrying the hollow sound of wind through empty shells. "Come, rest. The tide brings few visitors to Penmorva." She approaches us with measured steps, her eyes the pale green of deep water. When she smiles, I catch a glimpse of teeth that have been filed to points. Not sharpened like a warrior's might be, but worn down to needles through deliberate use. "I am Grandmother Netz," she says, and the other villagers gather behind her like kelp following the current. "These are my children. We welcome those the sea delivers to our nets." The way she looks at Rofan makes my stomach turn. It's the expression of a fisherman who's just spotted a prize catch struggling in shallow water. "We need passage north," Rofan says carefully. "I seek passage to Miltar, but my friends need to go to the north of Rach. We can easily drop them on the way. We can pay." Grandmother Netz's smile widens, revealing more of those needle teeth, but her eyes turn cold as deep water when they fix on Thoktar and me. "Payment for the Minotaur, yes," she says, her voice taking on the hollow sound of wind through empty shells. "The deep ones smile on horn and hoof. 20 silver and you sail with the evening tide." She pauses, letting her gaze linger on us with obvious distaste, then leans forward and inhales deeply near me. Her face twists with disgust. But not for orcs. Never for orcs. Heat floods my cheeks, but beneath the shame burns something harder. Anger that this creature dares speak of what Thoktar and I share, as if it's contamination. A young man steps forward, or perhaps he's old. It's impossible to tell with the way shadows seem to pool in the hollows of his face. His arms bear what look like deliberate scars, parallel lines that might be decorative or might serve some purpose I don't want to contemplate. "The waters reject orcish flesh," he says in a voice like grinding shells. "Makes the catch go bad, poisons the deep pools where the children play." "And the girl?" Rofan presses, his voice carefully neutral, though I can see the tension in his massive shoulders. Grandmother Netz tilts her head like a bird studying prey, and something hungry flickers behind her pale green eyes. I smell orc manhood on her. Damned to the land she is. The deep ones forbid their kind from travelling the waters north. Too much. Screaming. The Nets remember. "You take their offer, Rofan," Thoktar says. "I can't leave the both of you here," Rofan says. "The north is only a week or 2 walk away," Thoktar says. "The fresh air will do us good." "We want you gone, orc." "And the woman," a deep voice from behind them says. Thoktar shifts around, fist clenching. "What did you say?" "Master Sinks was only joking, weren't you, Master Sinks?" Grandma Netz says, glaring at him. "Jokes are lost on orcs, the truth too," Master Sinks says, as turns quickly and walks away. Thoktar begins to move. Rofan grabs his arm. "Easy." I grab the other one. "No trouble, my handsome orc, no trouble." Grandma Netz spits on the ground and looks at Rofan. "Yeah or nay?" "When do we sail?" Rofan asks, his tone making it clear he wants to leave as quickly as possible. "Sundown," Grandmother Netz says quickly, too quickly. "We never sail in daylight. It upsets the children." As if summoned by her words, small faces appear in the dark windows around the plaza. They're child faces, but wrong somehow, too pale, too still, with eyes that reflect light like a nocturnal animal's. One of them opens its mouth in what might be a yawn, revealing rows of tiny, sharp teeth. Thunder rumbles overhead, though the sky was clear when we descended into the village. The villagers all turn their faces skyward at once, mouths opening to catch drops that taste like brine. I catch Thoktar's eye and see my own unease reflected there, along with cold fury at Grandmother Netz's words. We have no choice but to wait, nowhere else to go, but every instinct honed by years of surviving, as a slave screams that Penmorva is a trap disguised as sanctuary. The child faces in the windows smile down at us with their needle teeth, and somewhere in the growing darkness, something that might not be thunder begins to call back from the deep water beyond the harbour.
Chapter 23. Thoktar. The harbour stretches before us in the fading light, dark water lapping against stone quays worn smooth by centuries of salt spray. The fisher people's boat waits at the end of the longest pier, a weathered vessel with nets draped across her deck like funeral shrouds. "Time to go," one of the crew calls, his voice carrying that same hollow sound as Grandmother Netz. Rofan hefts his travel pack, the canvas heavy with supplies for his journey. His massive frame seems diminished somehow, not by fear, but by the weight of what waits for him across the water. "I have unfinished business back on Miltar," he says, his voice carrying the cold promise of violence to come. "Romus will pay for what he did." I clasp his shoulder in the warrior's grip, feeling the coiled tension beneath his fur. May your enemies tremble at your approach, brother. And may yours lie broken at your feet. He returns the clasp, then looks between Forla and me. When the blood debt is settled, I'll seek you out. We shall conquer Protheka and damn the dark elves to trash-filled graves. Sounds like a plan, my friend, I reply. Then it's settled. Rofon turns toward the waiting boat, then pauses. Watch yourselves in this place. The fisher people. They're not what they seem. We watch him stride down the pier, his hooves echoing off wet stone. The crew receives him with that unsettling deference they showed earlier, guiding him aboard with fluid movements. He disappears below deck. Let's get out of here, Forla whispers, voicing what we're both thinking. I nod, scanning the empty harbor. We'll head north along the coast, away from this wrong place. The fisher people have retreated to their dwellings, but I can feel them watching from behind shuttered windows. Every shadow seems to hold pale faces. Every whisper of wind carries the sound of voices speaking in tongues I don't recognize. Something's not right about any of this, I mutter, my hand instinctively moving to my sword hilt. The way they look at us, like we're meat, Forla finishes. Like we're meat they're deciding how to prepare. We start walking toward the village edge, our footsteps echoing off stone walls that weep with moisture. The houses lean inward as if listening to our conversation, and the carved fish decorating their eaves seem to track our movement with painted eyes. We'll find shelter outside the village, I say. Sleep rough for one night, then put this place behind us forever. But as we reach the last row of houses, a figure steps from the constant mist. He's human, tall and weathered, with the deep tan of someone who spent years working the sea. His hair is steel gray, pulled back in a sailor's knot, and his clothes are simple but well made. Unlike the other fisher people, there's nothing immediately wrong about him. No pale eyes or needle teeth, no unsettling fluid grace. "Travelers," he calls, his voice warm and welcoming. "Leaving us so soon?" I place myself between him and Forla, but he raises his hands in a gesture of peace, a genuine smile creasing his weathered features. "Easy, friend. I'm Anchor, named for my inability to stay in one place for long." He chuckles at his own joke. "I heard strangers had come to Penmorva, thought I'd offer proper hospitality before you venture back into the wild." There's something disarmingly honest about him, a straightforward manner that contrasts sharply with the other villagers' strangeness. When he smiles, I glimpse normal human teeth, and his eyes are a warm brown instead of that unsettling pale green. "We appreciate the thought," Forla says carefully, "but we have business north." "Of course you do. Everyone's got business somewhere." Anchor nods, understanding. "But you look like you've been traveling hard. When's the last time you slept on a proper bed? Ate a hot meal that wasn't trail rations?" The questions hit harder than they should. We've been sleeping rough for days. Cold ground, insufficient shelter, always watching for pursuit. My ribs ache from arena wounds that never fully healed, and exhaustion weighs on both of us like lead cloaks. "I've got a place just outside the main village," Anchor continues, gesturing toward a path that leads up the hillside. "Nothing fancy, but it's got a good fire, hot food, and a proper bed with a real mattress." His grin becomes slightly wicked. "Sturdy frame, too. Built for activity, if you take my meaning. Strong enough for a lady to take an orc pounding without so much as a creak." Heat floods Forla's cheeks, but she laughs despite herself. There's something refreshing about his crude honesty after the fisher people's unsettling formality. "We don't want to impose," I say, though the offer tempts me more than it should. "No imposition at all. I don't get many visitors worth talking to." Anchor's eyes twinkle with genuine warmth. "Most folks who pass through Penmorva are either fisher people, and they're strange as sin, or merchants too busy counting coin to share a proper drink." I look at Forla, seeing my own exhaustion reflected in her face. When's the last time we felt truly safe? When did we last have privacy, comfort, the simple luxury of not sleeping with one eye open? Just for the night, she says quietly. We leave at dawn. Wouldn't dream of keeping you longer. Anchor beams. Come on then. Let's get some food in you, some warmth in your bones. The hills will still be there tomorrow. He leads us up a winding path that climbs away from the village proper, chatting easily about the weather, the strangeness of the fisher people, the best routes north through the mountains. His manner is so normal, so refreshingly human, that some of my tension begins to ease. Maybe not everyone in Penmorva is touched by whatever wrongness governs the fisher people. Maybe we found the one genuine soul in this cursed place. Here we are, Anchor says, stopping before a stone cottage that sits apart from the main village. Smoke curls from its chimney and warm light spills from its windows. It looks like every traveler's dream of shelter, cozy, welcoming, safe. Home sweet home, he grins, pushing open the heavy wooden door. Welcome to Anchor's Rest. Make yourselves comfortable. The interior is exactly what he promised. A proper fire crackling in a stone hearth, furniture that looks handmade but sturdy, and through an open doorway I can see a large bed piled high with thick blankets. For the first time in weeks, we're somewhere that feels like sanctuary. I'll get dinner started, Anchor says, hanging his coat on a wooden peg. You two just relax. Put your feet up. Enjoy the sturdy bed. Tonight, you're my guests. I catch Forla's eye and see my own relief reflected there. Whatever tomorrow brings, whatever dangers wait in the northern hills, tonight we can rest. Tonight we can be together without fear, without watching the shadows for enemies.
From the depths of the darkness of Protheka,
Or clawing up from the realms of fantasy.
come the most fearsome beasts you have ever seen.
These monsters are done watching from the shadows.
Now, as they step into the light, something unexpected grips them.
Something even they can't fight off.
Love,
Vampires.
demons,
Dark elves.
gods.
Minotaurs. Creatures of light and dark.
They will protect their mates.
Do whatever needs to be done.
Morally grey heroes who will burn the world to protect the women who love them.
10 audiobooks.
Fall into over 60 hours of fantasy romance.
20 ebooks.
Over 1 million words of these brutes who will protect their women.
Even if they might destroy themselves in the process.
Get the immersive Protheka fantasy romance bundle.
For 80% off, right now, dive into Protheka at a once-in-a-lifetime discount.
The first bundle to offer both ebooks and audiobooks on worldsofprotheka.com. Protheka's magic is eternal, and this Romantasy bundle will make it endless. Chapter 24. Forla. The door barely clicks shut behind Anchor before Thoktar has me slammed against it. His mouth crashes into mine, tusks scraping my lips, tongue forcing my jaw wide so he can devour me. One huge hand fists in my hair and yanks my head back. The other tears the front of my dress open in a single savage pull. Buttons ping across the stone floor like hailstones.
This scene is about to get too steamy for this platform's comfort. And as much as we'd love to keep going, their guidelines say we need to stop here.
To continue releasing these free audiobooks on this platform, we've got to play by the rules.
The passion doesn't end here.
Visit worldsofprotheka.com to hear the full, uncut version of this fantasy romance, and every daring moment that YouTube can't handle.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off unabridged audiobooks in the worlds of Protheka.
Don't let YouTube hold you back. Immerse yourself in a world of magic, danger, and unfiltered passion.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
Listen unabridged and you'll never want to go back. Sleep, little one. Tomorrow we run again. I'm already drifting, body wrecked, mind blissfully empty, marked inside and out by the only male who ever made me beg to be broken. Chapter 25. Forla. I wake to grey morning light filtering through cottage windows, wrapped in warmth and the lingering scent of our lovemaking. Thoktar sleeps beside me, his massive chest rising and falling in steady rhythm, one arm still draped protectively across my waist, even in unconsciousness. For the first time in weeks, I feel truly rested. The bed is everything Anchor promised: soft mattress, clean sheets that smell of lavender instead of fear and blood. My body aches in the most pleasant way, muscles loose and satisfied from our night of desperate passion. But something feels different in the daylight. The cottage that seemed so welcoming last night now feels watched. Shadows linger in corners where they shouldn't, and every creak of the settling timber sounds deliberate, purposeful. Where is Anchor? His boots are gone from beside the door, but he left no note, no indication of when he might return. The fire has burned low, and the silence feels heavy, oppressive. I slip from beneath Thoktar's arm, not wanting to wake him. He needs rest after everything we've endured, and something draws me toward the village below. A need to understand this place in daylight, to see what Penmorva looks like when its people aren't hiding behind shuttered windows. I dress quietly and step outside into cool morning air that tastes of salt and something else. Something organic and slightly rotten, like seaweed left too long in the sun. The village spreads below me, its crooked streets already showing signs of life. Fisher people move between buildings with that same unsettling, fluid grace, but their movements seem more coordinated now, more purposeful, like dancers following choreography I can't hear. I make my way down the winding path, drawn by curiosity and growing unease. The morning light reveals details I missed yesterday: symbols carved into doorframes, arrangements of shells and fish bones that follow patterns too complex to be random. Everything has meaning here, purpose beyond mere decoration. The sound reaches me first, voices raised in excitement, the kind of crowd noise that suggests spectacle or commerce. Following the sound, I find myself at what must be Penmorva's market square, though it's unlike any market I've ever seen. Stalls line the circular plaza, but instead of selling fish or bread or tools, they offer stranger wares. Bottles filled with seawater that moves without being shaken. Nets woven from what looks like human hair. Carved bones arranged in patterns that hurt to look at directly. And in the centre, surrounded by an eager crowd of fisher people, a familiar figure holds court. Anchor. He set up an easel and several wooden panels, displaying what appear to be paintings to his rapt audience. The fisher people lean forward with obvious fascination, their pale eyes bright with interest as they examine his work. Exquisite detail, one of them murmurs in that hollow shell voice. You captured the beast's rutting perfectly. The female's submission is particularly well rendered, another adds. See how her back arches. Classic breeding posture. My blood turns to ice. I push closer through the crowd, dread building in my chest like a physical weight. The fisher people part before me without seeming to notice, too absorbed in their examination of... Oh gods, the paintings are of us, of Thoktar and me. Last night, every intimate moment, every passionate embrace, every private touch rendered in vivid, detailed oils. Multiple canvases showing different angles, different positions, like he'd been studying us from every possible vantage point. My hands fly to my mouth, stifling the scream that wants to tear free. The level of detail is impossible unless he'd been watching. The entire time. Every kiss, every caress, every whispered endearment. All of it performed for an audience of one perverted artist. Magnificent specimens, a fisher person observes, pointing to a particularly explicit canvas. The size differential is remarkable, and the orc's equipment is as impressive as the old stories claimed. The interspecies mating rituals are fascinating, another agrees. I'll take the one where she's on top for my collection of dominant female behaviours. They're buying them. The fisher people are purchasing paintings of our most intimate moments like they're scientific specimens, ethnographic studies of exotic animals in captivity. Ah, my dear. Anchor's voice cuts through my horror like a blade. He's spotted me in the crowd, and his face breaks into that same charming grin that fooled us so completely last night. But now I see it clearly. The predator's satisfaction, the voyeur's gleeful triumph. I was hoping you'd see these, he says, gesturing proudly at his collection. Some of my finest work, I think. The lighting was challenging, had to work mostly from memory after watching through the windows. But I believe I captured the essence beautifully. The crowd turns to stare at me with those pale, hungry eyes. Some smile with their needle teeth, others nod approval as if I'm livestock that's performed to expectations. You watched us, I whisper, my voice barely audible over the roaring in my ears. Naturally, how else could I document such rare behaviour? Anchor's expression suggests I've asked something absurd. Outsider mating rituals are endlessly fascinating. The way you moved together, the sounds you made, pure poetry in motion. You sick bastard! Sick? My dear girl, I'm a scientist, an artist. Do you think the great naturalists of history apologised for observing animals in their natural habitat? His grin widens, showing too many teeth. You provided invaluable data on interspecies reproduction. The Fisher people have been studying such things for generations. One of the buyers holds up a canvas depicting me in Thoktar's arms, our faces twisted in passion. This one shows the moment of peak pleasure beautifully. See how the orc's tusks elongate during peak. Fascinating adaptation. The market square spins around me. These people, these creatures, don't see us as individuals, as people with feelings and dignity. We're specimens. Animals to be observed, documented, studied like insects under glass. The breeding pair should be honoured, another Fisher person observes. Their contribution to knowledge is invaluable. Indeed, Anchor nods sagely, though I do hope they'll provide more opportunities for observation. I'd love to document the full reproductive cycle, perhaps study pregnancy behaviours if fertilisation occurred. The casual way he discusses our potential children, as if they'd be his property to examine and catalogue, snaps something inside me. Rage floods my system, hot and clean and absolutely focused. But I can't attack him here, can't reveal my horror and fury to this crowd of monsters who see nothing wrong with violating our privacy, our dignity, our basic humanity. They're all complicit in this violation, all part of whatever wrong thing governs this cursed place. I need to get back, I manage, backing away from the market stall. Thoktar will be worried. Of course! Give him my regards! Anchor calls cheerfully. And do let me know if you'll be engaging in any more activities. I have several commissions already, and fresh material would be most welcome. The Fisher people laugh, a sound like waves breaking over bone. Several wave goodbye with fingers that bend in too many directions, clearly delighted by their morning's entertainment. I turn and run. The village streets blur past as I race back toward the cottage, my heart hammering against my ribs. Behind me, I can hear the market continuing its business, voices discussing the breeding behaviours of surface dwellers like we're exotic birds in some naturalist's journal. We have to leave. Now. Before they decide to observe us more closely, before their scientific curiosity leads to even worse violations. The Fisher people aren't just strange, they're completely inhuman in their thinking, their values, their basic understanding of what's acceptable behaviour. Anchor's cottage looms ahead, no longer a sanctuary, but a trap baited with false comfort. How many others has he lured in with promises of safety? How many travellers have become subjects for his revolting art? I burst through the cottage door, gasping for breath and fighting down nausea. Thoktar! I call, my voice cracking with urgency. We have to go! We have to leave right now! Because if we don't, if we stay even one more hour in this place, I'm terrified of what other scientific observations the Fisher people might want to conduct on their captive breeding pair.
Chapter 26. Thoktar. Thoktar! Forla's scream tears through the cottage like a blade. I bolt upright from sleep, instantly alert, my hand already reaching for my sword before my eyes fully open. She stands in the doorway, chest heaving, face flushed with exertion, and something that looks like pure horror. What is it? I'm on my feet, scanning for immediate threats. What's wrong? We have to leave. Right now. She's already grabbing our packs, shoving belongings inside with shaking hands. The paintings, Thoktar. He painted us. Last night. Everything we did. It takes a moment for her words to penetrate, and when they do, rage explodes through my chest like molten iron. What? Anchor was watching us through the windows. He painted everything. Every touch, every position, every private moment. And he's selling them in the village market like we're animals in heat. Her voice cracks with humiliation and fury. The fisher people are buying them, discussing our mating behaviors like we're exotic livestock. My hands clench into fists so tight the knuckles crack. That charming bastard with his warm smile and friendly manner, offering us sanctuary while he violated the most intimate moments between us. The rage that fills me is beyond anything I felt in the arena, beyond the fury that carried me through battles with dark elves. Where is he? My voice erupts as a growl, and I can feel my tusks extending with the depth of my anger. I'll tear his heart out and feed it to him while he watches. Thoktar, no. Forla grabs my arm as I start toward the door. That's what I thought too, but listen to me. They don't think they did anything wrong. To them, we're just specimens. Scientific curiosities. They study outsider mating rituals like naturalists study bird behavior. I don't care what they think. The words roar from my throat. He watched you. Watched us. Like we were performing for his entertainment. The violation. The humiliation. No one does that to my woman and lives. Every warrior instinct screams for blood. For righteous vengeance against the perverted artist who turned our love into a commodity. I can already feel Anchor's throat crushing under my hands, see his eyes bulging as I explain exactly why violating our privacy was a fatal mistake. I know, Forla says, and I hear the same rage in her voice that's burning through my veins. Believe me, I wanted to claw his eyes out right there in the market. But think, if you kill him, if you start a fight with the fisher people, more will come. Dark elves, bounty hunters, whoever's still hunting us, will be trapped here. Her words cut through the red haze of fury, forcing me to think tactically instead of emotionally. She's right, damn her. We're outnumbered, in hostile territory, with enemies already pursuing us. A rampage through Penmorva might feel satisfying, but it would probably get us both killed. They violated you, I say through clenched teeth. They turned what we shared into entertainment for monsters. And they'll pay for that, she says fiercely. But not today, not here. Today we survive. Today we get away from this sick place and never look back. The logic is sound, but it tastes like poison. Every instinct I have demands violent retribution, demands that I make these perverted fish worshippers understand the price of treating us like animals. But Forla's safety matters more than my wounded pride. Fine, I force myself to say. We leave. But if I ever see that bastard again... We finish packing in tense silence, my rage still simmering just below the surface. Every sound from outside makes me tense, expecting Anchor to return with his cheerful grin and casual discussion of his artistic process. I'm not sure I could restrain myself if I saw his face right now. The cottage that seemed like sanctuary last night now feels like a trap, its warm walls closing in around us. How long had he been watching? Had he been studying us from the moment we accepted his offer, planning which angles would provide the best artistic material? Ready? Forla asks, shouldering her pack. More than ready. We step outside into morning air that tastes of salt and betrayal. The village below looks innocent enough in the daylight, just another fishing settlement going about its daily business. But I know what lies beneath now. What twisted appetites drive these pale-eyed monsters? We make it perhaps 50 yards down the path before Anchor's voice calls out behind us. Leaving so soon? I turn to see him approaching with that same warm smile, but now it looks predatory instead of charming. He's no longer bothering to hide what he is, a perverted artist who sees people as subjects for his twisted work. The morning light is particularly good today, he continues conversationally. I was hoping to capture some studies of post-coital behavior. The way you moved together last night was absolutely magnificent. Pure animal passion. My hand moves to my sword hilt, rage building like pressure in a forge. You sick bastard! Sick? My dear orc, I'm an artist. You should be flattered. Your rutting technique is quite impressive for such a brutish species. The way you mounted her, the sound she made. He grins wider. The red haze of fury descends completely. I draw my sword, taking a step toward the grinning bastard who turned our love into a spectacle for monsters. Thoktar! Forla's voice cuts through my rage, sharp with warning. Look! I follow her gaze and see them. Dozens of fisher people emerging from the village, moving with that fluid coordination. They carry fishing spears, gutting knives, nets weighted with lead. Their pale eyes gleam with silent hunger, and their needle teeth are bared. But they make no sound, just advance with the patient inevitability of a rising tide. Time to go, Forla says urgently, grabbing my arm. Now! The sight of that silent, threatening mob breaks through my battle fury. This isn't a fight we can win. It's a trap closing around us like one of their nets. I sheathe my sword and grab Forla's hand. We run. Behind us, Anchor's laughter echoes off the stone walls. Come back anytime. I have so many more artistic ideas to explore. The village edge looms ahead, weathered stone giving way to scrubland and the promise of escape. With each step, Penmorva's wrongness seems to ease slightly, like walking out from under a suffocating blanket. The fisher people don't pursue beyond the village boundaries. Just watch with those pale, hungry eyes as we flee their domain. The crossbow bolt takes me in the shoulder, spinning me around and sending me crashing to the rocky ground. Pain explodes through my body, but training kicks in faster than agony. I roll, coming up in a fighting crouch despite the quarrel jutting from my flesh. Bounty hunters, a dozen of them emerging from concealment among the rocks, crossbows raised and wipes crackling on the ground. Thoktar the Gladiator, he calls. You're worth a lot of gold, orc. Alive, preferably, but dead will do if necessary. This has nothing to do with the fisher people. This is about the arena, about our escape from Gospar's games. They've been tracking us, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Run! I snarl to Forla, drawing my sword despite the bolt in my shoulder. Get to the forest! I'm not leaving you! Go! Steel rings against steel as the first bounty hunter reaches me. I parry his strike, riposte with a cut that opens his throat, but there are too many. More bolts whistle through the air, and I feel the burn of sleep magic as their darts find their mark. My legs go numb first, then my sword arm. The world starts to gray around the edges as whatever poison they're using courses through my system. I see Forla reaching for her knife, ready to fight beside me and summon my last reserves of strength. Live! I roar at her, putting every ounce of command I possess into the word. Live and find me! She meets my eyes for one desperate moment, and I see her understand. This isn't a battle we can win. This is sacrifice, me buying her time to escape, to survive, to perhaps find a way to come for me later. She turns and runs toward the hills as my knees buckle. The bounty hunters let her go. I am the prize they want, and they know it will take all their combined strength to take me. Darkness closes in as they bind my wrists with chains that burn with their own malevolent magic. The last thing I see before consciousness abandons me completely is Forla's figure disappearing into the scrubland alive and free. Whatever hell they drag me to next, at least she escaped.
Chapter 27. Forla. I run until my lungs burn and my legs shake beneath me, crashing through scrubland and rocky outcroppings with no thought beyond putting distance between myself and the place where they took him. Branches tear at my clothes, stones cut through my worn boots, but I don't stop. Can't stop. The image of Thoktar collapsing under those sleep darts plays over and over in my mind like a curse. They have him. The bounty hunters have him, and there's nothing I can do. Hours pass in a blur of terror and exhaustion. Every shadow could hide pursuers. Every sound might be hoofbeats on stone. But the bounty hunters don't come. Their prize was Thoktar, not some runaway human woman. I'm beneath their notice, worthless except as potential bait. The realization should bring relief. Instead, it fills me with hollow despair. When I finally stumble to a halt, gasping for breath against a moss-covered boulder, the sun has begun its descent toward the western peaks. My water skin is nearly empty, my food pouch contains nothing but crumbs, and I have no idea where I am beyond somewhere in the hills north of Penmorva. I need shelter, rest, time to think, to plan, to figure out how one woman with a knife and determination can rescue a warrior from dark elf captivity. The cave mouth appears through the gathering dusk like an answer to prayer, a dark opening in the hillside, partially concealed by hanging vines and thorny shrubs. No light flickers from within, no sounds of habitation echo from its depths. Just blessed emptiness and the promise of shelter from whatever predators hunt these hills after dark. I push through the vegetation, thorns catching at my sleeves, and peer into the gloom beyond. The entrance tunnel extends perhaps 20 feet before opening into what looks like a larger chamber. Ancient stone, worn smooth by centuries of water and wind. Natural formation, not carved by human hands. Perfect. I gather fallen branches from outside, strike sparks from my flint, and soon have a small fire crackling near the entrance. The flickering light reveals more of my sanctuary, a cave system that extends deeper into the hillside, with multiple chambers branching off the main passage. Someone lived here once, long ago. I can see the remains of crude furniture, stone shelves carved into the walls, even what might have been sleeping alcoves. But dust covers everything. Thick, undisturbed layers that speak of years, maybe decades, of abandonment. Spiderwebs drape across doorways like forgotten curtains, and the only sounds are the whisper of wind through hidden cracks and the occasional drip of water from somewhere in the depths. I settle beside my fire, back against solid stone, and finally allow myself to truly comprehend what's happened. Thoktar is gone. The man I love, the warrior who's protected me through every danger we've faced, has been dragged away in chains while I could only watch and run. The tears come then, hot, bitter, and utterly useless. Crying won't free him from wherever he is. I explore the cave system more thoroughly, mapping passages and chambers by firelight. The original inhabitants were clever. Multiple escape routes lead up through narrow chimneys to hidden exits on the hillside above. Water seeps through limestone cracks, forming small pools that taste clean and cold. In one chamber, I even find stores of dried meat and grain, preserved in sealed clay pots. Old, but still edible. This place could shelter me for days if needed. Time to rest, to heal, to plan my next move. The bounty hunters have a head start, but they'll be moving slowly with a prisoner in tow. If I can determine their destination, maybe I can find a way to intercept them, or at least discover where they're taking him. If only poor Nazim was here. As I settle down for the night, wrapped in my cloak beside the dying fire, something nags at the edge of my consciousness. Some small detail that doesn't quite fit the picture of long abandonment I've constructed. The sleeping alcove where I've made my bed is carved into solid rock, deep enough to shelter an adult human. But while everything else is covered in dust and webs, this particular spot seems cleaner. Not pristine, but as if it's been used more recently than the decades of abandonment would suggest. I tell myself I'm being paranoid. The wind patterns in the cave probably keep this area clearer than others. Or maybe some previous traveller, months or even years ago, sheltered here briefly and disturbed the dust. There are a dozen innocent explanations. But as I drift toward exhausted sleep, I can't shake the feeling that I'm not alone in these caves. That somewhere in the deeper passages, something is listening to the crackle of my fire, watching the dance of shadows on stone walls, waiting for me to lower my guard completely. The last thing I see before sleep claims me is the way the firelight flickers, casting shapes that look almost like a figure standing just beyond the reach of illumination. But when I jerk fully awake to look directly, there's nothing there but empty stone and darkness. Just the wind, I tell myself. Just my overwrought nerves playing tricks after the trauma of the day. But I keep my knife close as I sleep, and the fire burns lower than it should, as if something in the depths of the cave is drawing away its warmth.
Chapter 28. Thoktar. I wake to the creak of wheels and the steady clop of hooves on stone, my head pounding like a smith's hammer against an anvil. The taste of sleep poison coats my tongue like ash, and when I try to move, chains bite into my wrists with familiar cruelty. The cage cart jolts over another stone, sending fresh pain through my injured shoulder where the crossbow bolt found its mark. They've bandaged the wound, can't have their prize bleeding out before delivery, but it throbs with each heartbeat. "Awake at last," one of my captors observes. "Thought we might have dosed you too heavy." I crack my eyes open, taking stock through the iron bars. 4 bounty hunters on horseback, their pale faces marked with the ritual scars of professional bounty hunters. They move with practiced efficiency, scanning the surrounding forest for threats while maintaining steady pace toward whatever destination they have planned. "Where are you taking me?" My voice sounds like a rasp. "Ilri," one of them replies without looking back. "The new boss there thinks you quite the star, a crowd puller. The last one is not cold and another already slipping on his dead shoes," I say. "Gosper was a prick. Some of us are thankful your friend ran him through. Would have done it myself given half a chance." "Loyal, I see," I say. "Only to coin in whoever's hole I happen to be plowing." He laughs to himself. The forest path winds through hills thick with pine and shadow, far from any settlement that might offer rescue. Smart route for moving valuable cargo. No witnesses, no authorities to bribe or avoid. These bounty hunters know their business. "How much am I worth?" I ask, genuinely curious. 100 gold, alive and intact." He grins, showing teeth filed to predatory points. 50 if damaged. 5 if we bring back just your head. 100 gold. Enough to buy a small farm or outfit a mercenary company. No wonder they tracked me across half the continent. "The new boss has gold to..." The attack comes without warning. Magic erupts from the tree line like liquid fire, crimson energy that turns the lead horse into ash and bone fragments. The rider screams once before chaos. Magic consumes him, reducing the proud dark elf guard to scattered molecules on the wind. The remaining bounty hunters scatter, drawing weapons and shouting orders, but their attacker is already among them. A figure in dark leathers moves like liquid death, crimson hair streaming as he cuts through their formation with impossible grace. I recognize him immediately from Ilri, high on building, the one who killed Kresh. Rage erupts inside me. He tears through the dark elves like a formidable force of nature. One tries to flee and gets a bolt of crackling energy through the spine. Another raises a crossbow and finds his weapon transformed into a nest of vipers that turn on their new master. The third manages a single sword stroke before his blade opens his throat to the bone. In 30 seconds, it's over. 4 professional killers reduced to cooling meat on the forest floor. He approaches my cage, wiping blood from his curved blade with theatrical precision. His crimson hair catches afternoon light like spilled wine, and his pale eyes hold the satisfied gleam of someone who genuinely enjoys his work. "Please allow me to introduce myself." He winks at me. "I am Sir Sheko, lover, dreamer, killer." I meet his gaze steadily. I remember you. You killed Kresh. Yes, it was such fun, and none likes a Naga anyway. He examines the cage's lock with professional interest. Why did you rescue me? His laughter is like breaking glass. Rescue? Dear deceiver, no. I am going to collect your bounty. The casual admission should anger me, but there's something almost refreshing about his honesty. No pretense, no false nobility, just naked self-interest wrapped in charismatic brutality. 100 gold is 100 gold, he continues, producing a set of lockpicks from his belt. Though I confess, I was hoping for more entertaining company than those tedious morons. He settles onto the driver's bench and takes up the reins. Comfortable? He asks with mock concern. Excellent. We have quite a journey ahead, and I do so hate traveling in silence. The cart lurches into motion. Around us, birds begin to circle, drawn by the scent of fresh death. Now what? Cheerful thought, isn't it? Kirsheko observes my expression with obvious delight. Don't worry, though. The journey will be quite pleasant. I'm excellent company when properly motivated. And what motivates you? Chaos, mostly. Violence. The exquisite moment when carefully laid plans crumble into beautiful disaster. He sighs contentedly. You provided quite the spectacle in Eelry. That moment when you turned Rofon against his masters? Pure poetry. Despite everything, I find myself almost liking this mad dark elf. His honesty about his own nature is refreshing after so much deception and false friendship. You enjoy destruction for its own sake, I observe. Guilty as charged, though I prefer to think of it as artistic expression. He guides the cart around a fallen log. Order is so terribly boring, don't you think? All those rules and expectations and predictable outcomes. Chaos is far more interesting. Even when it gets you killed? Especially then. A boring death is the ultimate failure of imagination. His eyes gleam with genuine enthusiasm. Speaking of which, that little arena riot of yours? Absolutely magnificent. I haven't seen such beautiful mayhem in decades. We travel in companionable silence for a while, the cartwheels finding rhythm against stone. Strange as it seems, Sir Sheko's presence is almost comforting after the grim professionalism of the bounty hunters. At least he makes no pretense about what he is. Tell me, he says eventually, was it worth it? The escape, the freedom, the inevitable recapture? You could have simply died in the arena with some dignity intact. I found something worth living for, I reply, thinking of Forla's face in that final moment. Worth fighting for. Ah, the human woman. Yes, I saw her flee. I'd give her a good rogering, all right. Kirsheko remarks, but immediately backtracks when he senses the rage in me. I mean, she is very beautiful. Forgive my coarse language. Kirsheko's tone becomes almost gentle. Love is a fascinating madness, isn't it? Makes people do the most wonderfully irrational things. You wouldn't understand. Perhaps not. But I appreciate the artistry of it. He glances back with something that might be respect. You would die for her. I can see that in your eyes. Love is burden I would rather not carry. Beautifully futile. Yes, and you are first on the list, I say quietly. Don't be like that, my dear chap. I thought we were friends, Kirsheko says. Friends don't sell each other into slavery, I say. Well, there was this one time, but that wasn't for money rather than to get him out of my company. He was an awful bore, but we'd been friends since children, and I couldn't just tell him to do one, could I? So you sold him into slavery? I ask, shocked. Yes, to the demons. He's probably somewhere on Galmoth now getting Rogered left, right, and must definitely center. He chuckles. The forest grows darker around us as afternoon shadows lengthen. Somewhere ahead lies whatever fate Sir Sheko has planned, whatever buyers he's found for my freedom. But I'm alive. Forla escaped, and every mile brings new possibilities for chaos. Look alive, Orc, Sir Sheko says suddenly, his voice losing its casual amusement. We have company. I follow his gaze toward the road ahead, where something flickers between the trees. Not sunlight, something colder, more deliberate. Magic gathering like storm clouds before the lightning strikes. The cart slows as Sir Sheko's expression shifts from amusement to calculation. Now that, he murmurs, could be problematic.
Chapter 29. Forla. Pain blooms behind my eyes like a flower made of knives, dragging me up from darkness that tastes of copper and fear. My head throbs with each heartbeat, vision swimming as I try to focus on anything. Stone walls, flickering candlelight, the metallic tang of blood in my mouth. I try to move and can't. My wrists burn with a dull, constant ache. When I look down, bile rises in my throat. Thick ropes bind my wrists, but not to each other, to heavy stones, each one the size of a human head. Too heavy to lift, but there's enough slack in the rope for me to move my hands in limited, jerky motions. Like a marionette, like a doll. Memory crashes back in sickening waves. The cave that seemed abandoned, exploring deeper into the tunnels, finding chamber after chamber filled with porcelain dolls, hundreds of them, all staring with glassy eyes. Then footsteps behind me, turning, pain exploding across my skull. "Oh good, you're awake, little dolly." The voice cuts through my terror like rusted glass. Sing-song, childlike, but wrong in every possible way. I force my head up, neck muscles screaming in protest, and see him. He emerges from behind shelves lined with more dolls, scores of them watching with painted smiles. A dark elf, but unlike any I've seen, pale beyond pale, unnaturally thin, dressed in rich robes that might once have been elegant, but now hang in tatters. His movements are too fluid, too graceful, head tilting at angles that make my spine crawl. But it's his eyes that steal my breath. Completely black. No whites, no pupils, just endless dark pools that seem to swallow light. "You sleep so deep, almost like death," he continues in that horrible sing-song voice, approaching with deliberate, measured steps. "Viti just had to tiptoe towards you and give you your medicine like a good little dolly." He speaks of himself in third person, like a child playing make-believe. The candlelight flickers, casting dancing shadows that make the dolls seem alive, seem to turn their heads to watch. "Such pretty hair," he murmurs, reaching out with fingers that are too long, too pale. "Such lovely skin. You'll make a beautiful addition to my collection." I try to speak, but my throat is desert dry, terror stealing my voice. This isn't possible. Dark elves are cruel, yes, but this is madness given form and breath. From somewhere behind those black eyes comes the sound of humming. A children's lullaby rendered discordant and wrong. He circles me like a predator studying prey, head tilting this way and that as he examines my bound form. "Dolls must be pretty," he says, producing a wooden comb from his tattered robes. "Dolls must be perfect. My collection is very important, you see." He begins brushing my hair with gentle, obsessive strokes. Each touch of the comb sends revulsion crawling across my scalp, but I can't pull away. The stones make it impossible to move more than a few inches in any direction. "There we go. Much better." His voice holds genuine satisfaction, like an artist admiring his work. "Now, lift your hand, Dolly. Show Viti how pretty you are." I stare at him, uncomprehending. "Lift your hand." The childlike tone never changes, but something cold and deadly enters those black pits. "No, higher. Why won't you do as you're told?" He tugs sharply on the rope binding my left wrist. The stone jerks upward, rope cutting into my flesh, sending lightning bolts of pain up my arm. I bite back a scream. "Broken dolls make me angry," he whispers, and for a moment his voice drops to something almost normal, almost sane. "You don't want to make me angry, do you?" He produces a small glass bottle filled with liquid so dark it seems to absorb light. When he uncorks it, the smell hits me, sweet and cloying, like flowers rotting in summer heat. "This will help you be a better dolly," he croons, more compliant. Terror finally breaks the paralysis in my throat. "Please don't..." "Shh." His finger presses against my lips, and his skin is ice cold, like touching a corpse. The contact sends tingling numbness spreading across my mouth, down into my jaw. Dolls don't speak unless spoken to. Whatever magic he carries in his touch steals sensation from my lips, my tongue. I can barely feel my own mouth, but somehow I still taste the wrongness of him. Copper and ash and something that might be grave dirt. He tilts my head back with those two long fingers, preparing to pour the dark liquid down my throat. In that moment, looking up at his black eyes and mad smile, I think of Thoktar, of his hands gentle on my face, his voice calling me beautiful, his promise that nothing would ever hurt me while he drew breath. The rage that fills me burns away fear, like wildfire consuming dead wood. When Viti forces my mouth open, I bite down on his finger with every ounce of strength I possess. My teeth find flesh, pierce through to bone, and suddenly his blood fills my mouth. It's black, completely black, and it sizzles where it hits the stone floor like acid. Viti's scream is the sound of a broken child, high and shrill and utterly inhuman. He jerks his hand back, black blood streaming between his fingers, and the expression that crosses his face would make demons weep. "Bad Dolly!" His voice cracks like breaking glass. "Bad, bad Dolly! Now you need to be punished." His unmarked hand seizes one of the stones tied to my wrist, lifts it high above my head. I see my death in those black eyes, skull crushed like an eggshell, body arranged in whatever position pleases his mad aesthetic. But I'm not the frightened slave who once hid in barns, waiting for death to find her. I'm not some broken doll for his collection. "I am not your doll, you sick bastard." The words tear from my throat like battle cries. "I am Faller of the Iron Tusk clan, and my mate will tear your heart out." The stone stops inches from my face. Viti's head tilts in that horrible, unnatural way, black eyes widening with something that might be delight. "Mate?" The word rolls off his tongue like honey mixed with poison. Oh, this is delicious. He'll come for you, won't he? And then I'll have 2 dolls. His laugh is the sound of breaking glass, of children screaming, of every nightmare that ever crawled from the dark places of the world. It echoes off the stone walls, seems to make the porcelain dolls dance in their alcoves. "Yes, yes, yes!" He claps his hands together, black blood still dripping from his wounded finger. A matched set! How perfectly wonderful! He begins rummaging through piles of chains and restraints, humming that horrible lullaby as he selects heavier stones, thicker ropes. "Don't worry, little dolly," he croons without looking at me. "Soon you won't be able to move at all. Perfect dolls never move, and when your mate arrives, he can be my perfect warrior doll. We'll arrange you both so beautifully." I close my eyes and think of Thoktar's hands, his voice, his promise. Somewhere out there, he's fighting to get back to me. I just have to survive long enough for him to find me. Hold on, my love. Find me, please, before this monster breaks us both. Around me, 100 porcelain faces smile their painted smiles, and Viti hums his lullaby while mixing the liquid that will turn me into just another doll in his collection. But I'm not made of porcelain, and I will not break. Earth is pretty much a desolate wasteland since the orcs came over from Protheka, and being a woman, the best you can hope is to be someone's property. Now, after my curvy body catches Korthar's eye, he'll claim me, and I'll serve him, in any way he pleases.
You're mine now. Listen to this story and more. when you get the complete Orc Warriors of Protheka audiobook and ebook bundle.
40 books, 19 audiobooks, 19 ebooks. You even get 1 free novella and 1 free audiobook.
All for a shocking 90% off.
Protheka's magic is eternal, and the complete Orc Warriors of Protheka bundle will bring over 100 hours of that magic to you.
Chapter 30. Thoktar. The magic ahead resolves into dark elves as our cart rounds the bend, but not ordinary soldiers. These wear the midnight blue armor of magical guards, elite troops whose very presence makes the air crackle with suppressed power. 12 of them mounted on shadow steeds, their weapons wreathed in cold fire that burns without heat. "Oh dear," Kersheko murmurs, his voice losing all trace of amusement. "Dear, dear, dear." The lead guard raises his hand, and our horse stops dead, legs locked by invisible force. Magic flows around us like a tide, pressing against my skin with the weight of centuries. These aren't bounty hunters or arena guards. These are the kind of dark elves who make other dark elves nervous. "Kersheko the Wild," the captain calls, his voice carrying the authority of someone accustomed to absolute obedience. "By order of the Deep Lords, you will surrender yourself for judgment." "Judgment?" Kersheko laughs, but there's no humor in it now. "How terribly formal. What am I accused of this time? The dishonoring of Lord Farfurs, the seduction of his wife." "She seduced me," Kersheko says. "The theft of his gold reserves, the murder of 6 of his personal guards." The captain continues. "Sorry," Kersheko says, urinating on the bust of his late mother. Each charge falls like a stone into deep water. Shall I continue? Please do. I so enjoy hearing about my accomplishments. The buggering of the Lord's doll. Oh, she was like heaven on a stick, literally, Kersheko says. He jests, but I can see the tension in Kersheko's shoulders, the way his fingers drum against the cart's side. For all his bravado, he's calculating odds and finding them poor. 12 magical guards against 1 chaos mage, however skilled. I can help. Set me free, I say. No. This isn't about you, Orc, he says quietly, not looking back. It's about me. It always has been. The captain's gaze flicks to me with obvious disinterest. The Orc is irrelevant. Our business is with the Chaos Spawn. Chaos Spawn? Kersheko's grin returns, sharp as a blade. How rude. My mother was a perfectly respectable woman before the madness took her. The magical guards begin to spread out, their movements coordinated with military precision. Shadow fire wraps around their weapons, and the very air grows thick with gathering power. I can taste copper and ozone, feel the hair on my arms standing up. You cannot win this fight, the captain observes with professional detachment. Surrender, or your death will be swift. Swift? Kersheko stands on the driver's bench, crimson hair whipping in the wind that follows magical disturbance. My dear captain, you mistake me for someone who fears death. I fear only boredom. Then you will die entertained. The first spell comes like lightning made liquid, crackling energy that turns the cart's wooden side into splinters. Kersheko deflects it with casual grace, chaos magic warping the attack into a flock of ravens that scatter into the trees. But more spells follow, and I see the truth he's trying to hide. He's outnumbered, outgunned, facing powers that could level mountains. Whatever crimes he's committed, whatever chaos he's unleashed, the Deep Lords want him badly enough to send their elite. A binding spell wraps around his ankles like liquid metal. He breaks free with a snarl, but it costs him. Sweat beads his pale brow, and his next counterspell lacks its usual elegance. Kersheko begins backing away, preparing to flee. Sorry, Orc, must dash. Don't leave me, you bastard! I roar, rattling my chains. He pauses, turns back with that same predatory smile, and for a moment I see something almost like respect in his pale eyes. You know what? I rather like you. Magic gathers around his hands, crackling with chaotic energy. Try not to die boringly, orc. The chaos spell hits my cage like a tidal wave. The iron bars turn to sand and crumble away. My chains become streams of water that splash harmlessly to the ground. For a moment, reality itself seems uncertain. Am I in a cage or flying through starlight? Am I chained or swimming through liquid time? Then the spell snaps back to normal, leaving me free and Sir Sheko gone. Not teleported, not invisible, simply elsewhere, leaving only the fading scent of roses. The magical guards recover quickly, but their quarry has escaped. They don't pursue me as I stumble away from the wreckage. I'm beneath their notice, a mere beast. I run through forest that still shifts and warps from residual magic. Trees become pillars of glass, then return to wood. The sky flickers between day and night before settling on gray twilight. Kursheko's final spell has torn holes in the fabric of things, and reality struggles to stitch itself back together. My foot catches on a root, and I crash to the forest floor hard. Pain explodes through my already abused body, the crossbow wound, the chain marks, fresh bruises from my fall. I lie there gasping, tasting blood and magic in the air. That's when I hear it. A voice, muffled but unmistakable, rising from somewhere beneath the forest floor. Weak, strained but alive. Not your doll, you sick bastard! Forla. I press my ear to the ground, following the sound. There, a section of earth that sounds hollow when struck, concealed by fallen leaves and moss. A hidden entrance carved into the hillside and camouflaged with decades of growth. She's down there, in some underground chamber facing gods know what horrors while I lie here bleeding from my escape. The voice comes again, stronger now, defiant despite whatever hell she's enduring. I am Forla of the Iron Tusk clan, and my mate will tear your heart out. My mate. The words hit deeper than any weapon ever has. She claims me even in captivity, even facing whatever monster holds her prisoner. Uses my name, my clan, my love as armor against the dark. I found you, my fierce heart, and whoever has you is about to learn why orcs don't make empty threats about tearing out hearts. Time to keep that promise.
Chapter 31. Forla. The liquid feels like ice water and molten metal all at once, spreading across my skin in careful, deliberate strokes. Viti hums his children's lullaby as he works, painting my left arm with what looks like liquid moonlight that hardens into something smooth and cold. Porcelain. He's turning my skin to porcelain. There we are, he croons, stepping back to admire his work. Such a beautiful transformation. The skin takes the treatment so well. See how it gleams, like the finest dolls from the deep cities. I try to scream, but my throat constricts as the substance spreads from my arm toward my chest. Where it touches, sensation dies. Not numbness, complete absence, as if that part of my body has simply stopped existing. Don't struggle, little dolly, Viti chides, dipping his brush back into the bowl of liquid porcelain. Struggling creates flaws, and we can't have flaws in my masterpiece. He begins painting my other arm with methodical precision, humming that horrible lullaby. The stuff hardens as it dries, creating a shell that looks beautiful and feels like a tomb. I can see my reflection in the glossy surface, pale, perfect, no longer quite human. Your mate will be so pleased, he continues conversationally. When he arrives, he'll see how lovely you've become. Then I can give him the same treatment, a matched set of perfect warrior dolls. The porcelain reaches my shoulder now, creeping toward my neck with inexorable progress. Each brushstroke steals more of me away, turning flesh into decoration. I try to move my transformed arm and can't. It's become a beautiful, useless thing, more sculpture than limb. The process is irreversible, you know, Viti explains, selecting a finer brush for detail work around my collarbone. Once the porcelain sets completely, you'll be exactly what you were meant to be. No more struggling, no more defiance, just perfect, eternal beauty. Terror gives way to something colder, deeper. This isn't death. Death would be mercy. This is being transformed into an object, a thing for his collection. Aware but unable to act, trapped forever in a body that no longer responds to my will. The porcelain reaches my throat. When it hardens completely, I won't be able to speak, won't be able to scream, won't be able to do anything but stare with glassy eyes while he arranges me in whatever pose pleases his madness. Almost finished with the base coat, he murmurs, painting across my chest with artistic concentration. Then we'll add the details, rosy cheeks, ruby lips. You'll be the centerpiece of my collection. My voice is already weakening, the porcelain constricting my throat like a collar. The Thoktar will kill you. Shh, Dolly. Dolls don't speak. He pauses in his work to stroke my cheek with fingers that leave cold numbness behind. Though I confess, I'm looking forward to his arrival. The rage, the despair when he sees what you've become, it will make breaking him so much sweeter. Sound echoes from somewhere above, stones falling, wood splintering. Vitti's head tilts in that unnatural way, black eyes bright with excitement. Oh, the warrior doll arrives, perfect timing. More sounds, heavy footsteps, the ring of steel on stone. Someone forcing their way through the hidden entrance with barely contained violence. Vitti claps his hands together like a delighted child. This is wonderful. He can watch me finish your transformation before I begin his. The emotional trauma will make him so much more pliable. The footsteps reach the chamber entrance. Vitti turns toward the sound with eager anticipation, brush still dripping porcelain in his hand. Welcome, warrior. Come see what your mate has become. Thoktar explodes into the chamber like a force of nature. I've seen him fight before, in the arena, against dark elves, in desperate battles for survival. But this isn't fighting. This is something primal and absolute, rage given form and purpose. His eyes find me first, take in the porcelain coating, the restraints, the bowl of liquid transformation, and something breaks behind his gaze. Not breaks, unleashes. Vitti doesn't even have time to scream. Thoktar's first blow crushes the dark elf's throat, cutting off whatever mad commentary he was about to offer. The second shatters ribs. The third drives bone fragments into vital organs. But he doesn't stop there. You made her into a toy, Thoktar snarls, each word punctuated by devastating impact. You painted her like she was property. Vitti tries to crawl away, black blood streaming from his mouth, but there's nowhere to run in the small chamber. Thoktar follows with inexorable purpose, his fists methodically destroying the creature who dared to turn me into an object for his collection. You touched her, crack goes Vitti's spine. You changed her, snap go his fingers one by one. You were going to make her watch, and his skull caves in like an eggshell. Only when Vitti's body stops twitching does Thoktar turn toward me, and the transformation in his expression is instant. The killing rage vanishes, replaced by desperate tenderness as he takes in my partially porcelain form. I heard you, he whispers, kneeling beside me with hands that shake despite their recent violence. I found you. His fingers trace the edge where porcelain meets flesh, and I feel warmth there, not enough to break the coating, but enough to remind me that I'm still alive underneath. Can you feel this? He asks, touching my real hand. Yes. I manage through a throat half transformed. Can't move the rest. We'll fix it, he promises with absolute certainty. Whatever this stuff is, we'll find a way to reverse it. He examines Vitti's supplies with clinical focus, finding bottles of solvents and acids among the madman's tools. Most are too dangerous to use on living flesh, but one, a clear liquid that smells of herbs and hope, makes the porcelain soften when he tests it on my arm. Drop by careful drop, he applies the solvent to my transformed skin. The porcelain coating dissolves like morning frost, revealing pink flesh beneath. Sensation returns in waves of pins and needles, but it's the most beautiful pain I've ever felt. There, he breathes as the last of the artificial skin falls away. There you are. I fall into his arms, sobbing with relief and reaction. He holds me against his chest while I shake, one hand stroking my hair, murmuring words of comfort and rage in equal measure. "I'm sorry I took so long," he whispers. "I'm sorry you had to endure that." "I knew you'd come," I manage between sobs. "Always," he promises, his voice fierce with conviction. "I will always find you." Around us, Vitti's chamber of horrors feels smaller somehow, less threatening. The porcelain dolls on their shelves are just painted clay now, robbed of their power to terrify. The monster who made them is broken meat on the stone floor.
Chapter 32. Thoktar. The sunlight feels like a gift from the ancestors after the horror of Vitti's underground hell, warm and clean against skin that still remembers the cold weight of chains. I breathe deeply, filling my lungs with air that tastes of freedom instead of madness and despair. Forla emerges beside me, blinking in the brightness like someone waking from a nightmare. Her clothes are torn, her wrists marked with rope burns, but she's whole. Alive. The porcelain coating that threatened to steal her away is gone, leaving only pink flesh and the fierce spirit I fell in love with. "How do you feel?" I ask, reaching out to touch her face with hands that still shake from what I did to her captor. "Alive," she breathes, leaning into my palm. "Real. Human." We stand there in the dappled forest light, just existing together. The rage that consumed me in Vitti's chamber has burned itself out, leaving something cleaner in its wake. Justice. Protection. The simple knowledge that the monster who dared touch my woman will never hurt anyone again. "We need shelter," I say eventually, though part of me wants to stay in this shaft of sunlight forever. Somewhere to rest properly. She nods, understanding. We're both running on the last fumes of strength, held upright by willpower and the desperate need to survive. But we're together now. Whatever comes next, we face it as one. We're picking our way through the forest when Forla stops suddenly, staring at something on a nearby tree. I follow her gaze and see it, a flash of crimson silk tied around a low branch with deliberate care. "Someone marked this tree," I observe. "But why?" "Look." Forla points deeper into the forest where another ribbon catches the light. "There's another one. A trail. Someone wants us to follow it. After everything we've endured, the betrayals, the traps, the endless stream of enemies, my first instinct is caution. But there's something about these ribbons, something almost playful in their placement. Could be a trap," I warn. But even as I say it, I'm studying the silk with growing recognition. Expensive, well-made. The kind of thing a certain chaotic dark elf might use for his theatrical gestures. "After everything we've survived?" Forla touches the ribbon gently. "What's one more mystery?" Her courage humbles me. This woman who was a terrified slave when I first met her now faces the unknown with steel in her spine. Whatever horrors she endured in that underground hell, they didn't break her. If anything, they made her stronger. We follow the trail deeper into the forest, each ribbon placed with perfect spacing to guide weary travelers. Whoever left them has an artist's eye. The crimson stands out like drops of blood against bark and leaves, beautiful and deliberate. The path winds through ancient pines, across streams that run clear as mountain ice, up gentle slopes where wildflowers dance in the evening breeze. With each step, the weight of recent trauma lifts from my shoulders. We're free. We're alive. We're together. There. I point to where the final ribbon hangs beside a cave entrance. This isn't another horror. The moment I see it, I know this place is different. Sunlight filters through the opening, revealing stone worn smooth by wind and water, a natural shelter that feels clean and welcoming. We enter cautiously. Recent experience has taught us that appearances can deceive, but what we find stops me in my tracks. The cave has been furnished like a comfortable room. Soft furs cover the floor. Dry wood waits in a stone circle for kindling. Shelves carved into the walls hold supplies. A leather satchel sits beside bottles of wine and bread that make my mouth water just looking at them. Forla approaches the satchel and finds a note folded neatly on top. When she unfolds it, her eyes widen with recognition. What does it say? She reads it aloud. For the lovers. C. I laugh. Who is C? Forla asks. The oddest creature I have ever met, I reply. Probably best not to try to understand, just accept. I hold her close, marveling at how perfectly she fits against my chest. No chains bind us now. No enemies hunt us. No madmen threaten to steal away what matters most. Just two people who found each other again despite everything the world threw between us. I light the fire while she explores our unexpected bounty. As evening falls and firelight dances across the cave walls, we sit together on the soft furs, sharing food and wine and the simple pleasure of being alive. The horrors feel distant now, stories from someone else's nightmare. I love you, she tells me, her eyes bright in the flickering light. And I love you, I reply, pulling her closer. Together, she agrees, and kisses me as the fire crackles warmly beside us. Outside, the forest whispers ancient secrets to the wind, but inside our sanctuary, there's only warmth and love, and the promise of tomorrow stretching ahead like an unwritten saga, waiting to be filled with glory. Somewhere out there, Shisheko the Wild continues his chaotic dance through the world, but he's given us this gift, this moment of peace, this place where love can flourish without fear. I'll remember his madness and his unexpected kindness for the rest of my days.